Where's this stupid console button? PC load letter. This is Dylan Pelton over at my personal home studio, Falcon Studios in Dallas, Texas. Today I wanted to do what will hopefully be relatively brief overview of my newest release, Witch Sun, for my project QUTANA. Very special project to me. Today I want to do a technical dive into my creative workflow regarding songwriting, how I've approached that in the past to present, in addition to the mix itself, offering some creative insights into what I would consider some unique things I do to get my own sound. I'm not going to share all my secrets, mind you, but I will share some insights and maybe helpful techniques. This will be mostly designed for the specialists, so audio engineers, mixing and mastering engineers, musicians, people who have some grasp on this stuff already. But I will give something of a musical nod to the non-specialists as well, for people who might just be getting started or are new to their instruments, relatively speaking, maybe have similar taste in music as myself, and are just looking for inspiration to get started, or at least form some kind of long-term trajectory to strive for. All right. And just before we get going, I should clarify. I put this background up. This is the cover art of Witch Sun that I did. I did this art. I think it looks great. Oh, crap. Oh, no. And even though I don't have a green screen and it's gonna do weird stuff like this, if you see me reaching over here for a knob or something, yeah, I don't really care. I don't care. I'm leaving the screen up, but yeah, that's it. Let's see. Talk about QUTANA. Okay. So of course, to keep from rambling on and on, as I want to do, I did prepare a little outline, so I'll try to stay on track. So that's the academic in me. But the next thing I wanted to discuss, just before before I jump into the mix and master and sort of my creative approach, just want to talk a little bit about QUTANA, where this project comes from, how it evolved into present form, and a little bit about my background too. So I'll try to keep it brief. QUTANA is a musical and I'd say kind of transcendental spiritual expression of my initiation over the last 23 plus years, beginning at age 12, early 12, mid 12, late 12, I don't remember. I'm now 35, going on almost 36-ish. QUTANA is an homage and tribute to the very traumatic experiences I had throughout those 23 plus years, culminating in about 2016 when, in 2012, one of my best friends committed suicide and I did not cope well. I was finishing my undergrad in philosophy and then later my master's, and as an addict, recovering addict, my addiction really spiraled out of control. I started using a lot of hard drugs and mostly stimulants, which I'm not advocating at all. In fact, I've been clean now over 5 years, but at the time I wasn't coping well with that loss. And so without going into too much detail, I was doing, well, let's just say this. At age 12, I started with LaVey. When I first did my very first satanic ritual, right, I think it was one of the Enochian keys, either out of, I think it was the Satanic Bible, not the Satanic Rituals. But there was real power in that. Of course, that goes back to Dr. John Dee and Edward Kelly and way, way back when, and it's obviously a legitimate system of magic, but, or at least a very interesting one. But my first Enochian key, right, I felt this wasn't like a theatrical suspension of disbelief. It wasn't an imaginary extension of my ego as the Godhead. It was more like I felt this ecstatic, tangible, sentient presence, sort of an activation in my consciousness that was external to me. And I've always identified that essence, that entity, which has been with me palpably in my spirit and as a physical living thing I have almost a tactile sensory response to. I've called that entity Satan. And my views on this are very complex. Throughout my life and my academic career and my musical career, all of that has evolved in a really profound way that's difficult to describe in words. But from LaVey at age 12, when I realized after LaVey died, I liked LaVey, early on, because he described in the Satanic Bible Satan as a force of nature, and that made more sense to me. There seemed to be more of a theistic slant, which was consistent with what I experienced. I don't want to get too much into this now, maybe another time, but from LaVey, after he died, Gilmore took over, and I realized it was just, these weren't serious Satanists. They turned it into like atheistic hedonism, just pleasure for pleasure's sake, and they're their own gods, when really they've just glorified their ego into something really immature and childish. They saw it as a symbol for like adversarial rebellion, but I always saw this as much more than a social identity. So I went from LaVey to the Temple of Set. After I saw kind of Xena Shrek, LaVey's daughter, and her husband at the time, Nicholas Shrek's experience, like on the Bob Larson show, which is a really entertaining interview. After, the sort of the aftermath of their experience there, where they kind of describe this as just armchair, Satanism and armchair Satanism, and I'm not interested in like even though I was an academic, right, for a long time, I didn't chase these ideas just because they were interesting. I chased them to clarify the most traumatic events of my life and kind of make sense of all this. But became pretty disenchanted with the Temple of Set after that. Moved on, just kind of chasing, like, where's the real stuff? Where are the people who experience this sort of externalized sentient presence I call Satan, right? Where are these people? Yeah, you find them in weird places that you wouldn't think to look, just like music, right? So I went to the Dragon Rouge, still a very interesting group. I didn't really mesh completely with it, though I liked they seemed sincere, Thomas Carlson's pretty interesting. Still by and large respect Stephen Flowers from the Temple of Set. I really liked a lot of his scholarship, and that was a big part of why I went to the academic world at a young age. I liked his style at the time. That was a long time ago. But from there, Dragon Rouge didn't really pan out. I just started going deeper and darker down the wormhole. I think I kind of landed at different offshoots of some of the old school chaos magicians like Peter Carroll. Very interesting. Still really respect him. Grant Morrison was a really big influence on me, especially like his talk at the Disinfo Con. That was really powerful. That's where I first learned sigil magic. One of the first places how to do it. And Christopher Hyatt, obviously not a chaos magician for those who know. Rigardi's kind of star pupil, the OTO, all that. But Christopher Hyatt, I love his no BS empirical, like rigorous approach to just tearing down belief structures and people's insecurities. I think he's great. Huge influence on me, Christopher Hyatt, like radical undoing, energized hypnosis, that kind of thing. So that was about it. You know, I went really far down the wormhole into sort of the chaos magic territory, started creating my own system in 2016, was doing nothing but like satanic chant rituals that I made up with different names and words of power, using kind of a frenetic language of my own devising to some degree, and totally lost my mind. You know, almost died several times, was staying up without sleep. Not advocating this in any way, but had a total breakdown, et cetera, et cetera. So with that said, all of that is to say Qutana is an homage to all of that. I had several close friends, an ex-girlfriend die during these experiences. And I detail a lot of it, right? Like I've tried to process a lot of these really traumatic events on my own. And, you know, I've gone through the full gamut of discussing it, but it's become kind of exhausting. It's really hard these are pretty obscure experiences, even though they have something universal about them. So instead of trying to beat a dead horse, I've decided to roll that horse off a cliff and instead just kind of express this in my most natural language, not as a thinker, but as first and foremost a musician and artist. And so I decided, you know, at some point I started writing kind of an autobiography of my experiences, and just as kind of a therapeutic exercise. I also love to write, and I published that in my recent full-length album, A District for Eternity. And it's a great album. If you haven't heard it, check it out. But I published it only in the physical release that I'm getting ready to put up for sale. I'm doing CD and vinyl with a full 12-page color booklet. So if you're interested in kind of exploring these experiences and learning more about what I went through and what Qutana is all about, what I'm all about, check out that, grab a copy, right? I'll put up a video in the near future kind of showing what it looks like and all that, but grab a copy. I have some info in there, and I will be additionally, possibly, you know, that album was something of a musical journal, spirit in this like spiritual quest, right? Of mysticism, Satanism, whatever we're going to call all of this. And it led me to some pretty odd places. But in the future, with future releases, I may just kind of write my autobiography, which is both expressed by the music, and then maybe publish like a chapter per album or something. I don't know. We'll see. But that's where Qutana comes from. And with that, let's move on to kind of jumping into Witch Sun and how this all came about. What's next? Songwriting. Ah, yes. The oldest chick in the book. Yes. So let's talk about my background in terms of, I'm going to talk a little bit about my background as a musician, some of my training, my experience, my influences, and then kind of how I approach songwriting generally when I was younger all the way through present day. So my background, I originally had the very good fortune of studying classical guitar. I started when I was about 12, and eventually was introduced to a man named Larry Schnitzler. Larry Schnitzler was actually a student of Andres Segovia, and he had a huge influence on me. It was an absolute pleasure studying with him. He really left a deep impression. Schnitzler happened to be so I was originally taking private lessons with him in Old Town Alexandria. I'm from Northern Virginia. I was actually born in Alexandria. But I took private lessons with Larry, and eventually when I finished high school, I realized that he was the head of the classical guitar department at George Mason University. So I went there to study with him, originally as a performance major. But I realized, I didn't really want to spend my life performing other people's music. I wanted to learn to write my own music. And so that's what I began to pursue. I was in school at George Mason, believe it or not, for 14 years. And if you don't believe me, go check my academia.edu. Go check it. Go check it. Go check it now. I was in school a long time. I studied kind of like everything under the sun, but I switched from music to IT and then eventually settled on my other passion, which is philosophy. And again, I didn't study philosophy to, just for the beauty of the ideas and the Western intellectual tradition. In other words, my education was not pedantic. I studied it to clarify, and I followed the thinkers and ideas that helped clarify the most, traumatic events of my life. And I wanted to give those some meaning and kind of understand why they happened or their context in a broader narrative of my life as things began unfolding in a really tragic and painful way that made me who I am. But, I did my undergrad in philosophy, my master's in philosophy, my minor in IT. And then by the end, I was about to finish a second master's in philosophy. But my philosophy department, they were like, "Get the hell out of here, Dylan. Get out of here. Go get a job, you bum. What are you doing?" So plan was to pursue a PhD, but I was so burnt out at that point, man. I can't remember how many papers I wrote, but most of them are on my academia.edu profile now. Anyway, meanwhile, all the while, still making music, my true passion, my first passion, and they kind of went hand in hand, right? Like to form, I consider music this sort of pre-phonetic grammar. Meaning, if you think about, I tell people, like, think about the language you spoke as a baby before you learned a natural language like English, for example. What language was that? I mean, clearly there was intention, there was meaning. People generally understood our noises. They communicated something. Noam Chomsky might have called this, it had to do with generative grammar, right? There's a lot of interesting philosophers of language who kind of touched on that, but my goal was to kind of form a bridge between this sort of deeper emotional, instinctual, visceral, pre-phonetic grammar as sort of a sort of upward movement from the unconscious into conscious understanding. Like when you hear a song and you start, tearing up, it just hits something, some confluence of memory and sensation, and you're like, why am I crying? Right? It's so beautiful. Versus, I think a really powerful way to approach music, people would ask me, like, why did you switch to philosophy? I'm just half joking. I'd be like, to become a better musician. And what that looked like was forming a bridge between this deeper instinctual, emotional, pre-phonetic grammar of musical, like the musical sublime, with a broader way of contextualizing that in the mind, right? And you form a bridge between those, between thought and feeling, et cetera, on a broader kind of archetypal narrative, and you get something really powerful. I heard a producer, just as a quick tangent, heard a producer recently say, and I just thought it's one of the most idiotic things I've heard, though I guess there is a little truth to it. He was like, all the great music's already been done. And he's like, all the great guitar riffs, everything. I'm like, that is absolute nonsense. Every era, every civilization, uniquely, what Jung called the collective unconscious, right? They all contributed to this movement across what Hegel, I guess, called Geist, right? Spirit, absolute spirit. There's like this dialogue, this dialectic at a deep level, that through suffering and tragedy and joy and exaltation and everything a civilization or a people go through, culturally or otherwise, whether we're talking even now about like postmodern United States and Americans or Europeans of, whatever. Jung talked about the collective unconscious, where we contribute through these archetypes that emerge to sort of the voice of our soul as a global community, right? And I think music always has something new to say. It's just a matter of activating these these new spiritual emergence, this new spiritual emergence from usually through tragedy or suffering that then gives us a unique voice as musicians. You can't really learn that. You can't teach it. It just happens through a reconfiguration of the spirit through immense tragedy. I think is one of the best and most unfortunate catalysts, but it seems to work. Seems to do the trick if people make it out of that alive. No, I didn't get frozen. I was just kidding. So let's see. Let me check my notes here before I keep going off track. So songwriting, right? I grew up trained on classical guitar, studied that for a long time. But I also grew up from age 12 onward as an old school metalhead, right? This is the first time I've had short hair excuse, oh God, since I was 15. I'm talking so much, I need some water. Since I was 15, I've had long hair my whole life. I grew up no core, I've never been in a metalcore or any of that crap. I've always grown up like old Rotting Christ, like first 3-4 album. I love all Rotting Christ. Those guys are like the nicest people you ever meet, and they're amazing musicians. The old Greek scene, like Necromantia, Rotting Christ, German stuff like old Lunar Aurora, Elixir of Sorrow. Not a huge fan of their newer stuff. The production's just too polished, but I love Elixir of Sorrow, that kind of stuff. All the old classics, early Dark Throne, Mayhem, you name it, Immortal, blah, blah, blah. All the stuff we know and love, but later death metal, Black Death, like God Dethroned, their early stuff, all that stuff's great. Morbid Angel, you name it. Anyway, so my influences, those are like the big ones, and they combined over many, many, many years into my unique style now. I also grew up, in addition to reading a lot of literature, I watch a lot of TV, and I'm a film fanatic. Did some philosophy of film in college, but Tarkovsky, David Lynch, you name it. So all that kind of came together into my unique style. In terms of songwriting, the way I approached it when I was younger, even like into my 20s, when you're playing classical guitar, you tend to think in multiple voices. So you have like a moving bass line kind of in the lower register, and then kind of like a middle harmony, sometimes doing like counterpoint, and then you might have like a high tenor or even alto or soprano voice kind of moving alongside that, right? So I always kind of thought like that. I'm a very melodic person. I had just little aside, my ex-girlfriend, she's a great lady. She's been listening to black metal even longer than I have, and she knows what she's talking about. So I'd show her stuff like old Deathspell Omega or early Blue Lost Nord, and she'd just turn it off within 5 seconds and be like, "What the hell, man? You didn't even listen to it." She's like, "Look, if it doesn't have a melody that I can hum in the first 5 or 10 seconds, it's not a good song." And I'm like, I was like so outraged, and I'm like, because I knew she was right. I'm like, yeah, that's true. So that's kind of my litmus test too now, right? Like, if you walk away listening to that song and you can't remember a single melody, it's not good music, man. That's kind of my standard, right? I think it's a good rule of thumb. Anyway, so I've always kind of grown up, I'll kind of play or I'll sing, or some melodies just appear. I'm a very, very melody-oriented musician. Melodies will appear, and I'll just kind of keep looping them, repeating them on my instrument, on guitar, until it keeps evolving. And I'll just keep a phone nearby and just record the riff, right? Just so I can get it down as quick as I can. From there, I'll keep developing it. Sometimes I'll take the melody and I'll start kind of building chords on top of that melodic movement, or add a note or two. And for a long time, the gist of it is, excuse me, I spent years and years just it was like sculpting marble, right? Or casting bronze, right? Like every little note, every little movement, I just keep sculpting it over months until it was just right. And that's kind of how I've always written music, and just refined it. Now, more recently, after going through all my initiatory stuff and near-death experiences, psychosis, breakdown, my voices, all of that stuff, right? Which again, I detail at some length in the A District for Eternity booklet for the physical release I'm going to put out soon, CD and vinyl. But now, you know, after all of that, something weird started happening. All of a sudden, I was so obsessed when I was younger from my guitar grimoire days, right? I spent so many years going through that whole series. And so I got really good at lead guitar, but I always thought, like, that note doesn't go there. That has to stay in that scale. I'm playing it, you know, and I just eventually all of that just became second nature. And I just went back to the most important thing as a musician and guitarist, your ear, right? Your ear. And so it just became second nature, all the scales and everything. And I remember I was watching an interview with the late and great Alan Holdsworth, the really famous jazz guitarist before he died. I'm not a huge fan of jazz, but I definitely appreciate the art form, music, as in terms of the musicianship. But Holdsworth was like, you might not think you can do it, but just try letting your fingers dance around the fretboard. And that's really hard to do until you just stop thinking about it. Thinking is, strangely enough, it's a reflective process that comes after instinct, I think, right? I realize the danger of blah, 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 blah. But I think it's, thinking can really get in the way of the act of creating music in the moment, right? When you start reflecting and analyzing, it loses something. It gets in the way. I don't remember who said it, but that famous saying, talking about music is like dancing about architecture. Very true. You know, I hate people that like write about black metal and talk about black metal. I'm like, dude, just make black metal or listen to it, but there's no need to be discussing it, right? People who discuss it can't make it or don't, you know, you guys know what I'm saying. So anyway, yeah, so after all of this, you know, my initiation through various left-hand paths, satanic stuff, mysticism, all that, something changed in me, and I started doing what Holdsworth said, and instead of like sticking in a scale, my style more recently became very improvisational. So I would kind of go in and out of scales and just throw in passing tones, kind of like what a video I saw with Victor Wooten recently, where he, you know, this guitarist was playing and he's like, watch, he's going to play in key. I'm going to play out of key and make him sound like he's out of key. And he did the opposite too. And I was just like, that's amazing. His point being, as musicians, we're taught a lot about playing the right notes, but he was like, there are no right notes, right? We need to focus a lot more on context, you know, and there's a lot of truth to that. So that's kind of how my style evolved. In terms of all the Qutana songs, I'd say every single one I've released, all the guitar work was improvised in like no more than 3 takes most of the time, just straight through, right? With the exception of Witch Sun and maybe Praying Mantics, I had like a little motif, like kind of a central theme musically that I kind of came back to. In Praying Mantics, it was the part that's like bum, ba, da, do, do, like with those power chords and fifths. So yeah, there was like a motif there, but everything else was improvised. And with Witch Sun, which is a bit different, Witch Sun, I zoned out. Witch Sun, I had like an actual melody. I had been working on that since like October, and I had spent a long time kind of doing what I used to do, like carving it out and writing it note by note and adding other guitars until, you know, I was sculpting it out. But it got so exhausting, I didn't really know where to go toward the end or how to kind of break it open. So I just didn't want it to sound like riff A, riff B, riff C. And it takes a long time as a guitarist to kind of break out of that, especially as an old school metalhead, right? Because that's all it is. It's like riff A, riff A, riff A, riff B, riff A, right? So breaking out of that's tricky. Classical training can help. But what I did was I set it down for a few months. I wrote and finished a District for Eternity. Then I came back to it very recently and I recorded the whole thing and then I just improvised the rest, right? And I mixed it pretty quickly, like in probably a couple weeks. And toward the end, I just blasted through it. I was like, this just has to get done. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be close. Okay, so went way over in this section, but let's go ahead and just kind of make our way toward looking at the song and seeing how this all plays out. Let's dive in. Before we get going, just going to talk about a couple quick things, okay? So, first of all, remember, I've got my background on, so if you see me moving knobs or touching any of my controllers or anything, that's what's going on. Real quick, I'm going to give you a quick overview of this mix, okay? So I'm using Cubase. That's my preferred DAW. And this mix is massive. This is the biggest mix I've ever done. Close second being the first song on A District for Eternity, which is called A Man Without a Heart. Satan's Grace is an Act of Love. Take a look at this. This is 208 tracks. And so let me just say as a preface to all of this, I've been mixing and mastering. I started when I was a teenager, so probably like 19, 20 years now. I have worked in a commercial broadcast studio. I am currently the lessons manager at a local guitar center, and prior to that, I was an instructor there and elsewhere. Among other things, you know, I've taught guitar, bass, lots of other stuff, but we also teach at Guitar Center, at least at our store, and I think most stores, production. So home recording, mixing, mastering, all that stuff. And I work with two close friends, one of whom was the assistant engineer for a huge world-famous punk band that everyone would know if I mentioned. The other worked in a commercial studio way back in the analog days. So both these guys are super knowledgeable. I didn't learn on YouTube, right, which I'm very skeptical of. One problem is everyone has their own style, their own approach. And even though not all of that information is wrong, learning it in the wrong context, the wrong genre, there's a lot of misinformation out there, even from top-tier producers. I would recommend finding a reliable source, like for metal. I can never remember how to say his last name, but it's like Khole, Cola Audio Cult. That guy's amazing, and everyone on there is like a world-famous metal producer. A little expensive if you subscribe for half a year, the whole year, but absolutely worth it. Your mixing skills will go through the roof. I learned from a lot of different online classes, like Recording School Online, which was a really good one. Guy worked in a couple commercial studios for some big labels. Fab DuPont, he's done a lot of huge names in like Hollywood and stuff. He's fantastic. I learned a lot about vocals and things from some of his online courses. But in any case, whether you're a beginner or advanced at this, a couple things to note before we get going, one of which is your mixing environment, okay? So if you don't have, you know, if you've ever seen in commercial studios or home studios, people have their rooms treated, you'll see foam all over the walls in different places. It's called sound absorption foam. And what that does is naturally when we're speaking, sound is bouncing off the walls, right? The hard surfaces in your room, and then it comes back in like it's doing right now into the mic. Okay, and you can even hear in this room, because I'm not in a treated room right now, you'll hear there's some ambience, there's some reflection, a little bit of reverb. That's not good a lot of the time. I mean, not necessarily, but if you're trying to put compression and EQ and other effects on here, ideally you want your room treated so that you're not getting unpredictable effects in the actual recording, which makes it really hard to put these other effects on cleanly. So you don't necessarily want totally dry, like so dry there's no life in the recording, but you want it relatively dry so that the tracking's done really well and you can put effects on that cleanly without, say you have some ambience in your recording, right? Unwanted ambience from a lack of a treated room, poor miking. Well, try slapping a compressor on there, bring the volume up and watch what happens, right? It's gonna bring out all those unwanted sounds and magnify them. So that's a quick lowdown. So one thing you can do if you don't have a treated room, I swear by this plugin, Sound ID Reference. I tell people don't necessarily bother. I use Yamaha HS8 monitors. I've used them for a long time. They're great, but I don't often mix on my monitors these days because I am not in a treated room currently. I do have vocal booths and stuff I set up, and you know that obviously does the trick. But when I'm mixing, I tell people if you don't have a treated room, get this plugin and get the best pair of headphones money can buy. I got a pair of Neumann NDH30 open backs. They're great. And with this plugin combined with the $50 add-on for the virtual room environment, you can do things like switch between near field, mid field, far field monitors. I can't play it right now because I have my Universal Audio Apollo routed to a different output for this video, so only I can hear this if I were to play it. But you can translate it to cars, laptops, smartphones, TVs, everything, right? So it's really good at checking. And the thing is, if you're mixing in an untreated room or not using like really, really good room correction, or ideally both, you know, you're going to get really good, even as a beginner, intermediate, or advanced mixer, sounding good in your own environment, but it's going to be really frustrating because it's never going to translate to your car, your friend's stereo, other headphones. It's always going to sound off, and so you're never really going to know if you're mixing accurately or what you're capable of. So I recommend, you know, in my case, I use these headphones. I use these on most of my mixes. And of course, if I'm doing an 8-hour day, or I often, with most of the QUTANA songs, improvise most of them, mix some of them all in one day in like a 12-hour, 8-hour shift. It's a little reckless. So what I do is, you know, I'm just on Windows 11. I'll set a timer for like 35 minutes. Then I'll take a 15, 20-minute break. Do that, you know, every time I mix, you know, I'll take the break, get back to mixing. The other thing is, if you are not in a treated room and you're mixing on headphones, right? Very important to have this virtual room add-on. The main reason is if you don't, you know, and I'll just go through this quickly. Normally when we're listening on any kind of speakers, right, the sound, just like my voice right now, from the speakers bounces off the hard surfaces and other surfaces too in the room. And then it gets back to our ears. Just our ears are kind of like a microphone in that context. Okay, so if it's juxtaposed from wearing headphones. When you're wearing headphones, you're hearing everything from the right speaker in one ear, in your right ear, everything from the left speaker in your left ear. That's not really how we naturally hear music. And so for a number of reasons, it's made it really hard in the past until more recently with this type of software to mix in headphones. It creates a lot of issues, but this plugin right here, Sound ID reference, then this virtual room add-on for headphones, you know, using it for headphones, I mean, you might be able to use it on your speaker monitors too. This makes it possible to not only work as if you were in a really professionally treated room, but it also will simulate that natural effect of that crossfeed. In other words, when I'm listening on a speaker, bounces around the room, hits my right ear from the right speaker, but some of the right speaker also goes in my left ear, and vice versa, right? That's how we hear sound on speakers. It's not isolated to one ear or the other. Even from the right speaker, pretty close on near field monitors like these, I will still hear it a little in my left ear and a little in my right. You know what I mean? So there's what's called like crossfeed, I guess. This little plugin here simulates that. So that's just a quick word on working and what to invest in if you're not using a treated room. I guarantee you, every single mix I did for a district in eternity, the QUTANA full length I just put out, every single one of those, a lot of them I did in a day. Some I did in a week or two. I did them very quickly, and I did them entirely in headphones. If you're going to do something like that and you have this plugin, yeah, get the best pair of headphones you can afford. I would also recommend, you know, for the headphone version of Sound ID reference, it's like $100, and then this plugin's $50. This add-on plugin, the virtual control room monitor or whatever. So you're talking $150. If you get the one with the measuring microphone, comes with this headphone one, and you can use the measuring microphone to actually calibrate your speaker monitors, which isn't going to fix an untreated room, but it will definitely help with some of the problems. So headphones, get a good pair, and obviously get a decent pair of monitors. You know, I'd recommend something with 8-inch cones if you don't have a professional mixing subwoofer, right? Because 8-inch cones produce more bass. And so if you can't afford a subwoofer on top of that, 8-inch cones will cover some of that low end. Combine it with good headphones in this plugin, you got yourself a pretty good set of accurate references to mix with. Okay, the other thing is, if you're gonna, so I'd recommend use the headphones, get some decent monitors, calibrate them if you can, and just go back and forth, you know, do some mixing on the headphones, check them periodically on your monitors, just to kind of see if you're in the ballpark with your low end. And then the last little thing, use a reference mix, guys. Okay, so what is a reference mix? A reference mix is, you do it for a couple things. So for example, if I'm mixing recently with my other black metal / death metal, like kind of a Black Death project called Primitive Syllable, I put out a single not too long ago called Generous Idolatry, and it's kind of a tribute to like old God to Throne, that sort of style, with my own unique twist on that old school style. But let's say for that, you know, maybe a good reference mix obviously would be some God to Throne stuff. So that's actually what I did use for a reference mix. So why are you using a reference mix? Well, you want to pick something that was done in a commercial studio, right? No home recording crap, nothing from like home recording. I'm talking like, I'm thinking Decibel Omega's The Long Defeat, which was mastered. I don't know where it was mixed, but it was mastered in a really famous studio in France. So you know it's commercial level, commercial quality. In this case, for Witch Sun, I actually really like the soundtrack from that old animation movie, The Prince of Egypt. I think Hans Zimmer did that soundtrack, and it's fantastic, especially the songs from the villains. But you pick a reference mix or a few that are roughly in the ballpark of the kind of sound and aesthetic that you're looking for with the mix. But mainly I use these not so much to match my sound and style and mix exactly, but I use them to check, say, this one I might use to check my low end. Another one I might use to make sure my highs aren't too brittle or too harsh if I'm getting ear fatigue. Things like that. So I have several mixes here, a couple from Decibel Omega. This one's a classical guitar piece with some really nice low end from John Williams from the movie The Deer Hunter, I guess. And these are some Prince of Egypt songs. So I can't actually play these on this video because I'll probably get slammed with some copyright strikes. But what I can do is try to play my mix, and I can show you kind of how this works. So first of all, real quick, this is by a company called ADPTR Audio Systems. Okay, the plugin is called Metric AB, and this is by far the best reference mix plugin I've ever used. So you can put it on, you know, I've already mastered this, but if I hadn't, you might want to put it on the mix bus after your last insert, or you can put it on your master bus. More on that in a bit. But what this does is, you know, you can, so in orange, when you click orange, it'll play your reference mix, whichever one you've got selected here. Okay, and the blue is going to play your mix. Now, I set up little loops on the loud parts that I'm using to monitor. That way I can see exactly what shows up here. But this is like your EQ spectrum, right? So you can click layered or do them side by side. I'm not actually going to play the audio from the reference mix, but I will try to play mine. Sometimes my system craps out here because it's 208 plus tracks. Yeah, it's going to crap out on me right now. But take a look, right? The orange is where their low end is in that Prince of Egypt mix. Okay, and the blue is... right. The blue was where mine is. Okay, so you can see they're pretty close. It does other things too, like it can tell you sort of your phase correlation. You can compare, for example, you can compare the loudness here. Okay, so to see like where you're at. Keep in mind though, I mean, this was from what, the 90s, so the loudness standards have changed a lot. Check out compared to like Decibel Omega's The Long Defeat. I think what was it, Kerouac Studios or something in France? It's a really, really good one. Again, it's going to drop out, but it'll still register the audio. So you can see mine's, even though it's a very different genre, it's pretty close, right, in terms of the loudness and the dynamics, okay? And then lastly, you've got this cool loudness section, which shows you the LUFS integrated is what you're looking at, okay? So for streaming, just gonna run through this real fast, but for streaming, when you're all done with your mix and master, right? For like Spotify, if you're going through DistroKid or CD Baby, you're shooting for roughly -14 integrated LUFS. And to kind of calculate that, Ozone, which I'll show you, can do that right off the bat, which is really, really nice. Otherwise, you kind of have to, I start the song from the very beginning, play it all the way to the end, and I just watch the integrated meter. I'm trying to get my volume so that it, and my limiter, my maximizer, so that it's getting a -14, and a really useful plugin. I mean, I use this, then I like this meter plugs, LCAS stereo for that, and I'll just watch this. And then I will also use, very important, I like this meter plugs loudness penalty. This will show, like, each of these platforms, all the main streaming platforms, they all have kind of their own standard for what they accept in terms of loudness. So let's say you're at, I don't know, -8 LUFS, right? Like very, very loud. You're just slamming the dynamics with the maximizer. What's going to happen is, like, a given platform like Spotify, if theirs is like -12 or -14 LUFS, then they're going to bring that down. They're going to force that down and kind of normalize the audio. Of course, ideally, you don't want anyone touching your audio, right? You don't want them bringing it up or bringing it down after all your careful work. So, you know, not all of them are going to be -14, but usually I want to see plus or -1. I don't want them raising it more than a decibel or lowering it, basically. So check this out. Again, it's going to start dropping out real bad, but just watch what happens here and here. Okay, so notice right now, we're either way too high or way too low. But let me zoom ahead, because this might just be like the intro part. And you'll see, most of these are pretty much, since I've already mastered this, these are all about +1 or -1, and they're in a really ideal range right now. You'll notice over here the integrated LUFS, that is going to drop down to 14, but remember, it's integrated, so it's basically taking like an average. So you're aiming for -14, which, if I recall, this does get almost spot on to that. So that's it for this section. I'm going to move on to an overview of the mix, and first we'll talk about the actual writing of the song. Before we get going, before we continue on, I just wanted to quickly go over the type of gear I'm using. So long time ago, right, when I first started doing all this, probably like in the early 2000s, 2002 to 5-ish, probably like 2005 or 6 at the earliest. I started off with using like Waves' stuff, way back when, and just kind of all the standard latest and greatest as time went on. But when I first started doing mixing and stuff, I took some courses that I bought online from a site that now looks like it was handmade with HTML and CSS in like the late 90s. But the content was very, very good. It was called RSO, Recording School Online, and that guy had worked for, I can't remember, but like Sony, I mean, really big companies, really big commercial studios, I believe. And watching those videos, I noticed that he used something called plugins from a company called Universal Audio. And apparently, Universal Audio has been around a long time. They're known for some of the most iconic hardware ever made, but they also have some of the most faithful reproductions of analog gear in plugin form out there. I'd say probably the closest. I mean, rivaled maybe by, I've heard like Acoustica Audio, I think they're called, and a couple others. But I've done direct A/B shootouts between like this and the same type of like an same kind of emulations. But I've done direct shootouts, gain matched them, and I swear Waves has always sounded, since I've been using them for like almost 20 years or so, they've always sounded thinner. There's like a very subtle thinness and narrowness way back in the audio. I can't really describe it, but that's just my opinion. Maybe it's totally placebo, but I think Universal Audio is the bee's knees, man. It's the best out there. If you're serious about recording and you start getting really into this, consider upgrading. Now, back then, you had to use their hardware, because as you can see, like, I don't know how well you can see it in this small image, but I turned my background off so you can see some of the gear I'm using. Right here, this is an Apollo Twin X. I'm on Windows, so unfortunately, and I have an AMD processor, so unfortunately I can't install a Thunderbolt expansion. Thunderbolt's about 8 times faster than USB 3, so if you get a Universal Audio, it's worth having an Intel Windows computer that has a Thunderbolt connector, or has the header on the motherboard so you can install it. Because the new Universal Audio stuff, the newer Apollos, they're made to run on Thunderbolt, mainly Mac, but some Windows have Thunderbolt now too. And the reason is because you can daisy chain those together without needing to use like an optical cable, right? This is for people who are more advanced, right, who know what I'm talking about, like ADAT, or however it's pronounced. So now you can just Thunderbolt them together. And back in the day, the DSP, so the reason you had to use the hardware was because they had and still have like DSP processors, basically. Think of them as like computer processors in the hardware itself that have to be used in order to run certain plugins. Some of these, until very recently, most of these still required the hardware, but now they have native bundles. Right, so you have a lot of different native bundles now. And by the way, the UA610 preamp and EQ collections are free right now, so definitely don't miss that. Those are native. The native ones you don't actually need hardware to run, and you can see which ones are native because they have a little X next to them. The regular ones that are DSP driven do not. Okay, so just word to the wise. I have used pretty much everything you can imagine, right? I've FabFilter, my favorites right now, my go-to FabFilter anything, especially the Pro Q4, which is just incredible, the types of things it can do, and how just easy it is to use and how great it sounds. I like Valhalla for their reverbs are fantastic. I like a lot of the Universal Audio stuff. There's still a few things I use by Waves. I really like some of their delays. It's like the H delay has a cool analog kind of slappy feel. And Sound Toys, and some Steven Slate and Plugin Alliance stuff. Plugin Alliance makes amazing stuff. They have a lot of the same with Steven Slate. They have a lot of cool stuff. In terms of hardware, just real quick, I've got my Universal Apollo Twin X. This is the USB one, but it's still great. I still have my Audient ID44. If you're not familiar with Audient, a lot of producers aren't. They seem like they're kind of a newer company in terms of like home recording audio interfaces, but these guys are legit, man. They make like full-on analog consoles and probably have been for some time. But a lot of these higher end audio interfaces they make actually have the same or very close preamps that they have on their analog consoles. Another cool thing is the drivers and the software is just really well built. They have a lot of cool features you won't find even on like the Apollos, loopbacks, all kinds of cool stuff. Well, the new Apollos might have the loopbacks. This one does not. Then right here, I don't know if you can see it, but this is by a company called Nectar with a K. It's a Panorama CS12. And the really cool thing about this, let me just show you real quick. Shoot, did I just save when I put it down? Yeah, so let me show you something real quick. The Nectar Panorama CS12, I actually found this, I forget his name, but one of the main guys at Steinberg, he does a lot of the Cubase videos and demos new gear. This thing is made for deep integration, specifically with Logic and Cubase, and you can do things like this. This changed the game for me, but let's say I'm on this channel, right? I can actually just open up right? I can open this up just like this, and pretty much immediately, let me just make sure I'm on the right one. I can pretty much, I hope I'm not hitting the wrong one. Let me see here. Okay. You can shape this, you know, right from here. The really cool thing is you can enable like micro adjustments for really fine tuning, which is super, super, super useful. I can access my sends right from here, adjust the levels. Another really cool thing about having this is motorized fader, right? So if I do this, watch over here if you can see it on this small one, right? If I set up automation, you can control all of your panning knobs. You can control right off the bat. I mean, you've got, let me just, I don't know, I'll throw like an 1176 on here real quick. And you can see, let me pull this up. If you want to, you know, there's some really useful things you can do with this. I can right away control, you know, my input, I can control my output. All of these parameters I can control right from here. And it does so much more than that, right? But being able to make those tiny micro adjustments and being able to work with like sliders, faders, knobs, I mean, it just makes it feel more like the hardware, right? Which is super, super useful. And the micro adjustments, having worked on a keyboard and a mouse for a long time in the digital domain, the micro adjustments with this thing are worth their weight in gold. You can fine tune things down to a T and sculpt your EQs out and your cuts, and it makes a huge difference. So that's a big part of my mixing strategy and technique. Lastly, in terms of other hardware, I've got a lot of different mics. I have Love Warm Audio. I've got a WA67 tube microphone, a recreation of the Neumann U67, and it's a very close recreation for a fraction of the price. I've got a couple vocal booths I set up when I'm doing live tracking. If I'm feeling lazy, I've got my chaotic eyeballs, which a lot of people knock, but I think they're excellent, man. They do make the signal maybe a little dry, but still very usable, especially when you're on the go or just not feeling like setting up an entire vocal booth that day. I also, my secret weapon is my new Universal Audio Sphere DLX microphone. And I don't know if I can load it in right now because I don't have the mic hooked up, but let me show you something. So will it work? Damn it, I actually do have to have my mic hooked up. Oh, okay. Well, I don't have to have it hooked up. But the Sphere DLX, what this does, I mean, it is incredible. It blows the, I like Steven Slate a lot, but it blows their modeling mic out of the water. This is the best modeling mic currently in the world, in my opinion. It basically records in stereo when you set it up. So it's getting like a 360-degree stereo image. And then what it does is using that data, it allows you to change things like your polar pattern, right? So you can go from cardioid to like a figure 8 all the way to omni, and these green ones on each mic tell you which ones that mic I think naturally has. But it's crazy because you can take like, you know, $20,000-$30,000 Neumann mics, and even though they might only have 2 patterns built into the mic, you can change it to things that don't even exist, you know, and create completely new sounds. You've got different types of high pass filter settings, but the really interesting things are, because of the way it's recorded with that 360-degree like space, I guess, you can change how close the mic is or far away. You can change the axis, and this is really helpful if you didn't place the mic correctly and maybe it's too close to the cone or centered and it's starting to feel really harsh and you didn't kind of realize it because you were in a hurry. So if you put it slightly off axis, you can correct that a little bit. Though there are probably better ways too. But take a look at this. This is just the standard Sphere collection for the DLX, which has the most options. But I mean, you're getting like hundreds of thousands of dollars of the world's best mics in like pristine recording environments for, I think I paid, I don't even know, man. I probably paid like 1,100-ish. I think I got it on sale, but I mean, it is worth its weight in gold. Then if you don't need the universal audio hardware like an Apollo or an audio interface to use this, but if you do have it, you can load it right into the console down here, and then you get like 0 latency, which is really cool. But if you do have like an Apollo or any of their hardware that has the DSP stuff, check this out. You can buy these really special versions. Okay, so I have like the Bill Putnam version, and check this out. I mean, like he has his own really special one. You've got this old, I think, ribbon 44. I'm like, dude, this is like my secret weapon. This thing's so silky. And it's got a lot of really nice stuff. There's also the Ocean Way expansion. I think I like this one the best. The only problem with that is you run out of DSP power pretty quickly, unless you have like a satellite or the expansions or a rack mount one with a lot more DSP processors. But the Ocean Way is another one that uses the DSP. That one and this one use the DSP, but these have their own really unique mics too, which is pretty cool. Just a lot of really neat ones. Just world iconic, recorded, I'm assuming at Ocean Way Studio, which is really nice. Really, really iconic, famous studio. So yeah, that's, I have more hardware, more mics. I've got my Warm Audio, shoot, it's the, I can't even remember what preamp it is. The MPX, I can't remember offhand. Super cool preamp, super based on a really iconic old, I think, tape preamp. I can't recall. I haven't set that up yet. But it's supposed to be great, and I have a lot of other neat knickknacks. I have 8 guitars here. The main one I used for this was my really beautiful LTD. They don't make that model anymore. ESP has one. It's way back here. I've got an Ibanez Prestige. I've got a remake of the guitar that Trey Azictote used. You can see it in like from Morbid Angel, the guitars from Morbid Angel. That slime green old 7-string Ibanez UV7 Universe, was it? You can see it in like the music video for Where the Slime Live when he's soloing. I have that one, it's great. I have a lot of other stuff, bunch of classical guitars, Cordobas. I've got a Katana Artist, the Gen 3. I've got a Katana 100. I used to have the Katana 50, all Gen 3. I had the Katana Mini. I love katanas. I've got like a 43-inch Temple Audio Trio pedal board, the biggest pedal board I've ever seen in my life, with like a crazy rig I set up. Strymon, Universal Audio pedals, Walrus Audio, you name it. So I've got a really cool studio here with a lot of great gear. And the important thing, remember, is to put it to use, right? It's not just making music, it's making great music, making music that'll have an impact on your life and other people's. And most of all, making music you enjoy listening to, right? Most of my Spotify views are from me because I'm like, it's just very convenient. And I make music. If you don't enjoy listening to the music you make, why are you making music, bro? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, onward and downward. Moving right along, let's dive into the actual composition of the song, right? So I noted that this was something I started back in actually October, if you look here at the date, and I came up with this melody around that time, and I just kept kind of sculpting it out like I used to write music, and eventually it became difficult enough that I needed to write it down. Normally I'll just record it on my phone and I can recreate it by ear or record it with whatever I have handy till I actually get down to the DAW and Cubase and start tracking it out. But I like Guitar Pro. I've been using it for many years. It's quick. It's got a lot of cool options. You can even do left and right hand fingering. I don't know why that keeps popping up. Okay, so this is Witch Sun, and it just starts off with these harmonics I'm going to play in a second. I notated this really carefully because I have a very, I would say I have a very unique style, and I do a lot of idiosyncratic things that I like to note because little reversals with slides and hammer-ons and pull-offs that I haven't really seen other people do and the way I do. So it starts off with these harmonics, not too hard, but I think the hardest part with this song and why I got frustrated and kind of took a break for a few months, these chords in particular are very, very difficult. A lot of times I have no idea. I can sit down and figure out what chords I'm doing, but a lot of these are very technical and I'm just kind of carving them out as I'm moving the melody. So anyway, take a listen to this. You know, sometimes it really is just one note at a time, right? Usually, again, I'll be noodling around in bed or while I'm working. And one nice thing about being a manager at Guitar Center is, or an instructor, I mean, or just anyone, it's such a fun place to work, man. I get to have a guitar in my hand pretty much at all times. I can get a lot of my practicing in or just work on little songs and things in between tasks. Really no other place in the world you can do that. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, so the hard part about this song, I think the most challenging thing, if you look at this timing, I mean, I really had to slow down. And originally I just played this by ear and it just felt right. Normally I don't do super odd timings. I'm pretty, having listened to black and death metal my whole life, I'm a pretty straight shooter in terms of like mostly just 4/4 stuff, right? I'm not, I mean, maybe early Dream Theater. There's definitely some cool stuff, first two albums or so, but not my style, right? I'm not a progressive guy on a lot of levels, right? In some respects, but mainly with respect to music, right? I just, oh God, it's like, how do you headbang to that? It's like, that's why I don't like metalcore or any of that other crap, man. It's just like there's no melody. It's so rhythmic, but it's like rhythmic in all the wrong ways. Like take a fantastic band like At the Gates, you know, melodic death metal from Sweden, strip out everything good, make the melodies 10 times more mediocre. Take anything, I mean, At the Gates melodies are some of the best I've ever heard in my life. That's one reason I started playing guitar, like first three albums, but up to like Slaughter the Soul. I love Slaughter the Soul. So I don't care what anyone says, man. Terminal Spirit Disease, Red in the Sky and Ours, those are all great, but Slaughter in the Soul is where I started when I was 12. Anyway, I'm going on a tangent, but core, I just hate the it's all just like open string rhythmic stuff. It's like it's like if thrash metal was eradicated and replaced with like math core that wasn't interesting. You know, I hate it, but so normally I don't play like weird rhythms like that, but here, I mean, listen to this, let me see. Listen to this weird rhythm. I had to actually so the hard part about this song, I think the chords are very difficult, and I actually had to slow it down and figure out what I was doing, how I wrote this, so I had to count it out, and playing that up to speed with these, like the rhythm I came up with, but when I started adjusting these chords and adding them in, it got so technical, even for me, that I had to really slow it down and count it. So check this out. right? So I think the chords are really tricky. This melody, especially the position and the strings, the frets I played it on, is also really tricky. It's I think some of the best melodies are really unintuitive in terms of like how you play them on the fretboard, and the wider the stretches and the wider the intervals, often the cooler it sounds. This is a really good one. I really like that melody. This little part is also pretty tricky. So you notice like here and here, this is pretty characteristic of my style. A lot of weird little reversals. The hammer-ons and pull-offs change. It's kind of like a mirror image almost. So like do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do-do, you know, just stuff like that. Just kind of how I think on the instrument, on guitar. This part's pretty cool. I really love doing these, like, I like using open strings, kind of like pedal tones, and just riding the open string across the fretboard, like going up and down, you know. Oops. And then this part, sadly, was where I kind of got stuck, because you'll notice here, you know, I kind of have a nice little connecting melody to the next part, but all the other guitars drop off, and I plan to kind of bring them in back here maybe, or after this. But I love this chord progression. It's just beautiful, and I think it works. It's like every note was perfect, you know. It was just so well done. I really was happy. It took me a while to kind of come up with these chords one at a time. I never look chords up anymore, right? When I was younger, occasionally, but not really. I always just made my own chords. You know, I make them as I go, like a lot of times right on the spot, or just totally improvise. Sometimes I have to plan them out carefully like this. But yeah, these chords aren't too hard. A lot of like kind of minor ninth chords, or at least minor ninth sort of sounding chords, maybe even like minor 11, minor add 11. I always say minor 11th or minor ninth, but minor add 9, minor 9, whatever you want to call them. And that's about it. So just last quick comment. This chord progression I did not include in the actual recording. What happened was I, you know, like in black and death metal, especially a lot of old black metal, you know, it's just like you'll take a riff and just draw it out kind of ritualistically by repeating it. And for me, the idea, like if you think of a pickup beat, right, like ride and kick drum and then snare in between, almost like a really fast punk beat, like right? I always called that a pickup beat, not a blast beat. Blast beat was like kick drum, snare, and ride at the same time, like right? But think like old Rotting Christ, like right? So, or Frost from Satyricon, like Nemesis Divina, or Shadow Throne. Anyway, with black metal, right? Like you have this like old Burzum, anything like that. You have these drawn out, you know, ritualistic riffs that just kind of repeat the melody over and over. But eventually where the creativity comes in there is you take just those few notes, that simple melody, and in the repetition, you find ways to do things that are different by repeating the same thing. So for example, if you're doing the same drum beat over and over and over, how do you change it while still repeating it? That's where the creativity comes in. It's in the minimalism. So you might change the pulse a little, or the accent, or switch to a bell, or on guitar, you might emphasize a note with a different pick stroke, or, you know, things like that. So you find ways to create in repetition. So you can change the actual performance while still repeating the same thing. It's like a little magic trick. I've been trying to break out of that a little more as I got older. So in black metal, it's just like riff, 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 next riff, back to that riff, riff, riff. It doesn't even really follow a lot of the time like conventional song structures in like popular music. I never did like bridge, chorus, verse. It's not quite that, but it's like this riff, back to this riff a couple times, a little weird side step, back to that riff. You know, I picked up that, and then from some of my classical guitar training, I try to break out of all of that. The problem is with this song, while it sounds awesome, it is awesome, it starts to feel a little too repeat the riff kind of thing. And so I started breaking out of it with this last chord progression, right? But then I didn't really know where to go, and that's kind of where I got stuck. Sometimes you hit these ends, these dead ends, where you're like, do I repeat that, bring it in? Do I improvise a section to break it out? That's kind of where it can get tricky. And I know I could have easily solved that. I have many times with this type of situation in the past, but it got too exhausting. So I just moved on to a District for Eternity and started putting out those individual songs till I had enough for a full length. And what happened was I decided, you know, screw like spending 3 months on your days off, like once or twice a week working on a song for months, right? Just do it in a day, right? Spend 12 hours straight, just improvise the whole, you know, that's how I did all of A District for Eternity. And I love the way it's so different from the way I normally write. So that's kind of where I'm moving toward. But anyway, that's how I wrote it. And I'm going to move over to the actual mixing session, and let's take a look at how that translated into the real world. Now what I want to talk about is something I think a lot of musicians, producers, everyone really gets stuck on. Okay, so it's this phenomenon of everyone's using the best thing, right? I mean, just look at what I've got. Everyone's got this stuff. Any serious producer invests in all the best stuff: Fab Filters, Soft Tube, Waves, Universal Audio, Spectrasonics, Arturia, Antares, everything, right? We've got everything there is to get, right? All the top plugins. A lot of people are even moving from a lot of their rack mount hardware gear to plugins, or some hybrid configuration because it's more convenient. And a lot of the plugins sound pretty close, especially Universal Audio is very, very close to the real thing, to the actual analog gear. But anyway, what happens when all your favorite musicians are now using the same amp sims, the best stuff, Neural DSP, or you name it, right? I've used them all over the last 2 decades. And what happens when everyone's using the same stuff with the same sounds, the same impulse responses, the same reverbs, everything's super polished, it's all recorded at the best studios in the entire world? Well, even the best production isn't going to make up for a bad song, right? And most music is awful. You've got AI. I sound like a 90-year-old man, like, get off my lawn, you crazy kids. Like, but it's true. Like, all the music out there today sucks, and there's nothing good anymore, right? It's not true, but mostly that's true because people either spend way too much time focusing on creating like sound textures instead of learning to actually create good music or real melodies or something memorable. Again, my ex-girlfriend's litmus test is if I can't sing or hum the melody in like the first 5 to 10 seconds, it's not a good song. That's not necessarily true, but there's something to that. But if you hear a song and you don't remember a thing about it immediately afterward, and in a week you can't even recall it, then it's a horrible song. That's my litmus test. That's my opinion, for what it's worth. And it's worth a lot. It's worth more than you can afford. Just kidding. It's not for sale. But anyway, let me stay on track here. So problem is everyone's using all the best stuff, right? And it all starts to sound the same. It's overly produced, blah, 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 blah. So you have to, you know, my tip here for anyone interested, either starting out or pretty advanced, you have to, I say, thinking inside the box is the new thinking outside the box, right? Everyone's trying to think outside the box. And they're so obsessed with looking for the box and making sure they're not in the box. I say get back in the box because there is no box, you know? There's no box. There never was a box. So why not just go back in the box, right? Let's go back in the box and, you know, fight against the dialectic of everyone trying to do the best of everything. So my point here is, how do you think inside a box that doesn't exist? Well, you have to kind of go against the grain, against nature, against what everyone's doing now in a productive way. And one way to do that is to find new creative ways to use the great tools we have now, but to get your own sound. How do you get your own sound when everyone's using all the best stuff, all the same stuff? Well, here's a little tip. here's something I did. So take a look at this. What I did to create my own unique guitar sound, it's a little complicated, but basically I had this idea to take some of the amp sim plugins I'm using. I really like Neural DSP right now, though I'm probably going to switch over to Universal Audio's amp sims because I just bought a bunch of their new stuff, like Paradise Guitar Studio, whatever the hell it is, their new amp sim suite. It looks amazing. Anyway, in this song, I used a bunch of Neural DSP amp sims, and what you can do is bypass. I'll show you this in a second, but first take a look at all these pictures and all these little clips and everything, okay? So what I did was I pulled up the Neural DSP amp sim, and I bypassed everything but the amp head and a few pedals in the beginning of the chain. So there's no speaker attached to the amp in this case. Then what I did was I ran it out of the amp sim into my radial reamp box. I'll explain this in a second, but from the radial reamp box, I actually go into my amp so that the amp head from the amp sim is basically playing through my amplifier cabinet. And I did it in such a way the Katanas have a power amp in. What that does is it bypasses the preamp, it bypasses all the effects, you know, before it hits the speaker. So basically you're just using the speaker with very little coloration as far as I can tell. And then I mic'd up the amp, right? And I mic'd up the amp with my Universal Audio Sphere DLX. And then I changed the mics, you know, in the plugin and adjusted them as needed and started blending the sound. That did a couple things. Oh, also, as you can see, I put the amp itself in my vocal booth, and that has really thick sound absorption blankets since my room isn't treated to give me a really good sound. I was really careful with the mic placement, and overall, I got a great recording. Now, that's really complicated. I'm not going to go into that too much, but let's get back to the mix here, and I'll kind of give you an idea of how that works. If we take a look here at, where did I put them? So this is a pretty complex session, right? 208 tracks. What I did initially was I started by just recording stuff to my Neural DSP amp sims, okay? And that's basically just me plugging the guitar straight into the audio interface, recording the dry signal, then putting the plugin on top. So here's just one of several amps I used. Okay, and what I did was, you know, keep whatever pedals in the beginning. If you're familiar with pedal boards, you basically run these types of pedals, distortion, compression, things like that, straight into the amp, like just where you'd plug it in normally. Then if you have any pedals like reverb or delays, usually you'll run that through what's called an effects loop. And not all amps have them, but if you're serious about equipment, you know, it's good to have an amp with an effects loop. This gives you kind of, these go straight into the amp. These sort of bypass the EQ and all the stuff built into the amp and just go right before the sound comes out the speaker. Something like that, right? Just in layperson terms, okay? But what I did was I just included these pedals. So we got a little bit of tube saturation, a little bit of compression, tiny bit of distortion just to give it a little edge. And then just the amp. And you can see this is disabled. You double click it to turn it on or off for any of these. Okay, EQ off, all my time-based stuff off. As you saw in those pictures, I ran that out, the audio interface. And what a reamp box is for is it converts the signal coming out your audio interface, which I think is probably a line level signal with a different impedance. Don't worry about what that means, but when you plug your guitar straight into an amp, the guitar has a very specific type of audio signal that is going into the amp, right? That's the gist of it. And that signal has a certain impedance. To actually send out the Neural DSP signal out of my audio interface and then back into the amp, you can't really just run it straight into the amp. You're going to run into some problems with the sound. You need to convert it back to basically what the guitar signal is recognized as, the same impedance, all of that. And to do that, you need what's called a reamp box. So I ran it through that, converts the signal, then into the amp. And remember, only the amp head into my own speaker, bypass everything on my amp but the speaker, mic it up in the vocal booth with my sound absorption blankets. And it worked great. Still had to use some noise filters and stuff to get rid of any background hum, but I'm not going to share which ones I did, but they worked really, really well. Now, let's jump in real quick from there to sort of what happened from that. Okay, so take a look. We've got Neural DSP. Basically, I ran those out, I reamped them, I mic'd them up, and then from there, I got the raw reamp signals. Okay, and then what I did here was I did some editing. So I played around with these Sphere mic plugins, changed the mics around and the positions, added a little noise filtering, you know, till I got everything nice and clean. Then I basically printed all the effects, all the insert effects, like, you know, if this was one of the raw reamp guitars and I put some stuff on there, noise filtering, the microphone plugin, all that stuff, right? Then I would basically bounce this entire track to a raw audio file again. That just kind of prints everything in, frees up some of my CPU power, and then you get something like this, okay? This was the final, these kind of puke green, slime green color tracks here. These are the final of like 3 things in that chain to reamp those properly, okay? That's how I got that sound. And you can see, even right off the bat, I mean, just listen to how unique these guitar sounds are compared to just slapping a Neural DSP. I had a really good friend who was, you know, I was in an old Black Death project with him, Black/Death Metal project. Really cool guy, knew a lot about producing, and he called this like hi-fi, lo-fi, and I think that's really cool. So check this out, just this intro. Oop, hold up, I might have some stupid thing, yeah, one sec. So pretty cool, you know, really unique tone, and you can kind of hear when it kicks in. Check this out. Let's listen to that again, just the guitar bus for that first part. Right, keep in mind, I mean, this is with like tons of processing and also rolled off a lot of the low end to make room for the bass. But even with all that processing, right, like let's just kind of bypass this stuff. Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. That is not the one I wanted. This is the one I want. Let's say, bypass these. So I really had to thin them out, as you just heard, with here's on, here's off. But you can hear like they sound real silky, really unique with the processing. Of course, you have to make room in the mix. But this is just one little tip that I came up with. This was the first time I've tried something like that. But again, think inside the box, because there is no box. One more time, let's pull up the tab real quick. Just take a quick listen here. And then I'll show you it in the song, how that actually translates. Okay, so that whole ending I left off, and here's what that whole first part sounds like. Let's take a listen. Okay, so as you just heard, I did not continue onto these chords. I guess what I was thinking was I was kind of gonna break it open by opening it up with just an improvisational section or something a little more freeform, and then maybe come back to this earlier motif with the natural harmonic kind of thing at the beginning, and then lead back eventually and close with this, but just didn't pan out that way. No pun intended. Just didn't pan out that way. And I just wanted to finish the song. Like I said, sometimes you just have to finish, man. You don't need to spend 10 months on a song or a year on an album. Just get it done as quickly as you can, as long as it's very close to your own standards. You know, don't just put out mediocre crap, but as long as it meets the quality you expect from yourself and you're really proud of it, just keep going. You don't need to dwell on all these tiny little details. The better you get at writing music, and also the kind of style you find your own voice in, and also the quicker you get with mixing, the less time you're going to need to spend on it. And mixing isn't just about bringing your creative vision to life. It's also about doing things accurately and quickly, especially if you're doing it for a living, right? You're going to need to get through a client's work very fast. Otherwise, you're not going to make much money doing that, man. I just do my own stuff right now, but because it's a passion and an art, it's not really expecting to make any money off this. You know, if I could, I'd buy all the CDs and albums once I put them out, all the vinyl, and just give them away. And there's a good chance I will do that a little, but it is expensive. So let's get back to it. So that's the first part of the song. Let's talk about kind of preparation before you mix. Why is it doing that? Okay, let's talk about preparation before mixing. So there's a lot you really should be doing before you even get your hands on an EQ in the context of this mix, right? So to speak. So first thing, you know, we talked about the reamping, but once everything's reamped and I've edited, you know, printed everything into the tracks, so I've freed up all my inserts and my plugins. You know, what I do from there is I go in and I do a couple things. The first thing I'm going to do, one of the first things, is I am going to go through, let me see if I can find an example. Probably here. I'm going to go through and you'll see that I've applied some clip gain. This was, I didn't used to do this very often, but more recently I saw a video with a producer who talked about micro and macro dynamics, right? And so if you're thinking about a compressor, for example, compressor is going to kind of cut off the top transients, like the sharp kind of volume spikes, right? Especially in the high end. It's going to kind of decapitate those with varying degrees of severity, and it's going to kind of lower those transients down, okay? It's going to even them out, right? So that the idea is if you cut the top transients off, you can bring up the rest of the audio signal. You can bring the volume up while still keeping it stable to help it kind of sit in the mix. But think about that for a second. If I just had a compressor, right, like an 1176, and you know, you can kind of see it catching transients and sort of cutting them off and evening out the track for me, about -5 dB of gain reduction. But you don't want the compressor to have to work too hard. You know, you'll run into problems where if there are really quiet parts and then really loud parts, that compressor is going to have to work really, really hard. So to kind of help the process, what I've done is I've gone through and actually like adjusted the clip gain, right, manually on certain sections. So where you do that would be, for example, I don't know, if like this whole section here was really quiet and then this got really big, or if there was a really sharp spike in volume here. That's basically what the compressor is going to try to do, but it really helps to go through all the tracks that need any adjustment. Let me just back up here. It's going to help for any clips, any audio that's really uneven like that, to go in and just do that preparation work before you even really start mixing. So I would consider this, you know, you're still kind of editing everything. Other little things to do, you know, if I started recording here and there's a bunch of noise, of course I'm going to go in and I might, you know, maybe it was like it was actually way out here. I'll either shrink it or cut it, maybe put a real quick fade in, you know, maybe adjust the type of fade in so it's real sharp. Stuff like that, right? And then when I'm done, I like to lock my tracks. Just make sure everything's the way I had it. Right, okay, so you do all that with your tracks. Next step in my my editing process, right? When I'm done with all that stuff, what I recommend is, you know, the way I was kind of taught, the way I've been doing it recently is, first thing you want to do, set up your routing, right? So routing, especially in a project, in a mix that's 208 tracks, is going to be really important to keep things manageable. So my labeling got a little sloppy toward the end. I was just zipping through this. I think I did the rest of the mix. I just got frustrated, and one night it was like, I was like, I don't care. I woke up at 4 a.m. I finished at 2 a.m. the next day, setting, you know, setting timers, 35 minutes, 15 or 20 minute break, 35, 25, right? My ears were pretty worn out, so I had to kind of start using my eyes, but I just wanted to be done. I knew that if I kept dwelling on all these little details, working on my 2 days off a week, exhausted, like this could take months to finish. So I just finished it in like a day at that point. And it turned out well. Of course, you can always improve and make things more perfect, but don't dwell on the details. Just make it sound great, close to perfect, just so you're happy with it, and just move on. Move on to the next song. You'll learn each time. Anyway, what I recommend, get your routing set up. Okay, so color code stuff if you need to, that helps. Label stuff so it makes sense to you. And then by routing, I mean like you'll see these slime green tracks, go to this dark purple one. This is like a group bus here, group channel, group track, whatever you want to call it. Technically a channel in the console. or a group bus, you know, for short. If there's a lot of people use different terminology, mean the same thing, but let's just call it a group bus, okay? VCA track here, what does this do? I've basically grouped these together, and if I need to quickly lower the actual faders or raise them together, I like to have that kind of control. Of course, you can do it on your group bus, but the problem is it doesn't actually lower these faders, and there are cases where you'd actually want to do that. Like, for example, if this was too loud and it started clipping, sure, you can lower this and it's not going to clip here, but it's still clipping internally. So maybe I need to lower these if they're clipping so that even if, you know what I mean, there's cases like that. So those are VCAs. What I recommend now, once you get your routing, right? So these guitar tracks in the intro, they go to this group one, okay? And this group one, you'll see basically all of these are going to go to group buses and subgroup buses. Like dark purple are kind of the end group buses. Then you've got intermediary ones, right? That kind of help subgroup things together. And then those end up going to kind of deeper subgroups. And then finally they terminate at these dark purple ones for each, like the guitars all have one. Then like the synths have one, things like that. Eventually all of these are going way downtown here to these black colored buses. And what these are what I call my glue buses, okay? So let's just talk quickly about glue. What is glue? Well, in this context, it can mean several things, but here what I use it to mean is we often these days are mixing with a lot of disparate sources, right? We have some guitars I just recorded in my vocal booth, right, in my room. And nobody's ever going to reproduce that, right? That's one creative way to get your own sound, because in order for them to reproduce these very subtle and unique reflections and, you know, the overall sound, like fingerprint of my room, they'd have to record in my room in the same way, right? Nobody's ever going to really do that unless I let them, or they break in and kill me. I'm just kidding. Don't do it. No, please. Yeah. That's one way to get your own sound, but it's not really enough, right, to have your own sound, because then if you're still using some amp sims here and there, reverbs, you know, samples, effects libraries with stuff recorded in studios or other, it doesn't all mesh, right? It's kind of easy to tell with amateur mixes, like those don't sound like they came from the same source in the same room from the same person. That's a big problem. So there are little kind of advanced tricks to help with that. And one of them is, I love this universal audio oxide tape recorder for that. And what I've done is each kind of terminating group bus, like all the guitars, all the sound effects, all the nature sounds, all the female witch vocals, you know, for each section, they all kind of terminate here. And all I've done on these is I have a high pass filter, just getting rid of any low, just kind of noise and rumble under like 25 hertz that would only show up as like garbage in a subwoofer, right? Just as a precaution. It's not really going to affect the sound. It's just going to get rid of that real deep sub bass that you don't really need here, because it's mostly noise in this case. But you'll see what you want to do. I've basically just kind of copy and pasted these across the tracks so they use the same setting. It's very subtle, okay? And what's happening is you set the input on this to basically, you know, on these old analog tape decks, what's happening is they have a sweet spot, and Universal Audio, I think, makes the best ones, right? Steven Slate makes a really good one, the virtual tape machines. Waves, I'm not a huge fan of, but they're okay. And there's some others too. But anyway, Universal Audio is pretty faithful to how these actually work in real life. And typically these have like kind of a sweet spot. On this one, I'm basically on the loudest parts, right? Trying on this VU meter to keep the needle from going really over 0. If it does, briefly, fine. But I really want to kind of aim for that sweet spot at 0 here. And so I'm adjusting during your gain staging, right? All your volume, everything, whether it's, you know, pre-trim, whatever you need to do. But if you've gain stage properly, I'm just going to use this input knob at this point once I'm, you know, kind of deeper into my mix. And I'll show you, I'm just sort of going to set this so it roughly hits that 0. Okay, so right around that mark. And again, it's very subtle. If you're putting this on every like terminating group bus in this mix and you're really slamming, if you're really pushing this up a lot to slam it, like it's going into the red and you have the settings so that it's a lot heavier kind of saturation, you're not going to get glue, you're just going to get junk, right? You're just going to get garbage and it's going to add up. Sure, a little bit. Maybe it sounds good on like one bus normally or one track, one channel, but when you start adding them up to 200 something tracks, like it adds even a decibel of saturation. It's going to really start compounding and it's going to create problems, right? So a little glue here goes a long way. Think of it like a model airplane or something, right? Like, you're not just going to dump a bucket of glue on everything and try to hope you can put it together in time, like that old Simpsons where Homer's building a, it's like trying to create a barbecue, but he does it, he like screws it up and the cement starts drying and he can't read the manual. You're like, that's not how you glue, right? He's like, stupid Lisa. It's so funny. Oh, God, I love the old Simpsons. Like up to season 9 or 10, nothing after that's really worth watching. Maybe season 12 tops. Okay, back on track. So yeah, so be really careful when you're doing this. And I wouldn't, you know, I didn't really do it till toward the end, but if you wanted to, you could set this up at the beginning and just treat it like you're actually recording into this. So it's like already printed in and you're just working around that, but keep it really subtle, right? Same thing with my reverbs and all my effects. Like I actually output these directly into these dark kind of what violet or purple, pink, whatever. These are the same thing, same settings across, right? I'm just setting it up. So with my input, I'm getting it to 0 roughly on the loudest parts. Make sure with your output too, that you're kind of matching the input so that you gain matching everything. What comes in, the final output should be the same as when it's on and off, right? So if you were to like solo that, let's see if I can. It's a little tricky because right around the setup, but you know, basically, if you play it on and off, the volume should come out just about the same. I have tools to do that too. And with my Nectar Panorama CS12, I can actually see in here what the input level is. So if I just match that on the output, it's like perfect, which is really nice. Okay, so that's a little bit about glue. I don't want to do like a full in-depth tutorial. That's one way to glue. Another one toward the end of the mix is with your reverbs, okay? And I have my own techniques to give my mixes. If you've heard the other stuff, it has a very three-dimensional sound. That takes a lot of work to kind of sculpt out, and it's a technique I made up myself. I don't think I've seen anyone else use. I'm not going to reveal what that is. I didn't do it as much in this mix because I was in more of a hurry. But one little secret here, not so much a secret, but a good tip, make sure you're EQing your reverbs, right? So what I'll do is, you know, I'll start with usually a gentle kind of high pass filter, maybe 40 and below, and normally I keep my EQs real subtle, mostly cuts, not a lot of boosting, mostly cutting on all my tracks, very subtle, like 1 to 3 dB max. You shouldn't have to really go more than that unless it's a problem track or you didn't track it or record it properly. But any more than that, I mean, maybe 5, there's exceptions to everything, but typically I find that I don't have to go much more than that for cuts. Here, you know, with reverbs, I don't need a lot of low end on this particular reverb. It's just going to muddy up the mix. Don't need a lot of high end too, which is going to start masking stuff. And then some gentle cuts in the middle to kind of shape it. Stuff like that, right? EQ your reverbs and kind of treat them the same way you would a track. But if you're careful with your reverbs, you know, like for example, I might have a plate reverb on the vocals for a special effect. I might have a convolution reverb to simulate a real room. And there's some really cool ones by Universal Audio, like for example, Ocean Way is good. Let's see. Sound City. There's a lot, right? Like they have some really, really high quality ones, some of the best out there. And so you can kind of simulate, what the hell happened here? You can kind of simulate real rooms pretty accurately, but do it in a really unnoticeable way, right? Like keep it very, very subtle. You shouldn't even really be able to tell. But it's going to help things if you put everything in a particular room, EQ it properly, maybe put it in couple rooms, right? It just depends what you're going for. But if you do that correctly and kind of layer them together like reverb glue, right? Like layer them in a very careful way, then combined with this, soon enough, things that were recorded in separate rooms start to sound less and less like they were recorded in separate rooms, even like the nature sounds and stuff I have in here, right? So that's a little lowdown about glue, about reamping, about how I kind of approach the editing before I even start mixing. I do my clip gain, and then after that, set up your routing, your labels, your coloring, and from there, let's go to kind of the next part when you're getting started with the mix. At this point, you should be about ready to start mixing. But before you really dive in, so just to review again, we've got all of our routing. We've got our editing done. We've got all our routing set up. You'll notice too, I forgot to mention, I mentioned how everything, all my dark purple group buses, like those termination points, basically all go into these. Same thing with all my reverbs and stuff like that. They all go into the same kind of glue buses, but these are just for effects. Where do these go? Well, the black ones, which are all for the audio, not for like return buses, the reverbs, all that stuff. The black ones are basically going to these trim buses. So I hit kind of a little problem. You know, the beginning of the song, let's check this out. Okay, that sounds a bit different. You know, normally I'd use things like maybe some kind of doubler, God, the Sound Toys one, or a chorus or something from Antares, like the Harmony engine. You can use stuff to create kind of a doubling effect, even though I did double these guitars, right? I recorded like 2 separate takes. I didn't like copy and paste and try to fix the phase or some shit like that. I actually recorded like the guitar track, then the same riff, like the exact same thing, but recorded again, pan them left and right, that kind of thing. Normally, though, I'd still use like some kind of doubler to maybe give the perception of wideness, or, you know, sometimes it can help it sit better. Here I was in such a hurry toward the end, I just wanted to be done with it. I love the way the first part sounds. It's pretty cool, but it sounds a little thinner, a little narrower. There's a lot of guitars going on. When it breaks open into the second part, it sounds more airy, like you've entered the forest. And so it starts, you know, if you look at the image, I'm so visual. I think like a little bit of synesthesia. So when I play music, I often think in colors, like certain chords are associated with certain colors, things like that, notes, but a little more complicated. But album art, you know, when I was a kid, CDs, things like the album cover and the artwork and the booklet, it was so important because that really, like, I'm thinking even like Rotting Christ, more obscure album in the early 2000s, Genesis, which I still think is awesome. You know, that's a really unique and lesser appreciated album in the Rotting Christ fan base. So beautiful, the atmosphere, everything. But the way I hear the album is like exactly how the colors of the album cover, and those often feed into each other. So if you look at the cover image behind me, like that's kind of the entry point, right? When I was doing my initiation, one of my initiatory rituals, I was out in the, because I'm from Northern Virginia, so I did it out in the Shenandoah Mountains, like 3 miles away from any human civilization, probably more than that. Top of the mountain, pouring rain, setting up the tent, trying not to lose all my crap. You know, the rain, there's black bear out there, coyote. I had a gun at the time, my 92 FS, just in case, you know, you run into wildlife or something. And it's really dangerous if you get hurt, you know, you got to know something about what you're doing because you're going to be in big trouble, right? A couple times I had one of my best friends with me, and you know, we did okay, but those rituals were intense, man. A lot of this album, or a lot of this single, right, Witch Sun, is it feels like that when you're out there, you know, spending a couple days out there doing these rituals, and you know, once everything's calmed down and you're in separate tents and you're just there watching the fire in the fireplace out your tent, little window, and it's just so primeval, you know, is a good word for it. It's intense. Like nature's everywhere. It hasn't been inhabited by humans. It hasn't been altered by humans. It's a very pure state of that sentient extension of the self that I've called Satan, but that breaks open into something much more complex. Anyway, so if you look at the cover of Witch Sun here, right, it feels like that entry into the woods is very similar to where I was, and that energy starts really, like you'll feel it at sunset, and it gets very overwhelming to the point where I wanted to go home, man. Like I've been through a lot, everyone has, but I've been through a lot in these types of contexts and have handled a lot and endured a lot, but that kind of environment is really, really overwhelming. It does something to you. So like the beginning of this song, right? It's like you've crossed the Rubicon, you're out there alone, there's no turning back, right? And this witchly, it's not a word, is it? Should be, it is now. Witchliness, right? It's she like invites you and inhabits you, and you feel this foreign spirit kind of invade yours, and you welcome it and you open to it and you're grateful for it. And that's the type of, see, it's like welling up in my eyes. I can feel it. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. But it opens up this essence, and like the chasm beckons, and then you make your way quite literally into the woods, right? And that's when this happens. You know, it's like cases where, you know, blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, or just these deeper currents of nocturnal kind of sinister upheaval, right? Like you feel that energy. That's what like the entry point to what I call Satanism, right? But I would really prefer a different name. It's like Qutanic, right? It's just you ever played that old video game Turok on N64? It's like, remember the music, and like he's like, oh, like when you get to a checkpoint and shit. That's kind of how it shaped me, right? Like it feels so primeval and like dinosaur-like, and like bones rattling against like a dead woolly mammoth, right? It's like, ah, right? I don't know how to describe it, but that energy is real, man. And so the beginning of the song, right, it starts like kind of congested and restricted, and you want to reflect that in the mix. But as like you make your way and in the ritual, something clicks, right? Even LaVey, right, like in his, when I was like 12, right, he even described like this more theistic slant before Gilmore took it over and it just became like hedonistic atheism, right? But when there was a little bit of that theistic slant, which is, you know, I chased through Temple Set, Dragon Rouge, the Chaos Magicians, and onward and onward and onward, darker, darker down we go. Even LaVey talked about like when a ritual had succeeded, it was almost like a combination lock effect where you can sense something has happened, something is happening. And that's what happened out in those mountains, right? As you're going through the ritual, like you feel the invasion and like the harvesting, and that's like the active grace of possession. So here's kind of the transition, right? So you start real congested. There's like almost a claustrophobia out there, and you just like, you're so excited but terrified at the what did Rudolf Otto call this in The Idea of the Holy? Was it Rudolf Otto? The mysterium tremendum, right? This terror in the face of nature. And so that congested, restricted claustrophobia, like there's such an excitement and ecstatic like eagerness to become possessed, but then there's also the tightness, and then it blossoms in as you go through the ritual in these mountains, and it opens as you, and then you go exploring, right? Then you go exploring, right? They're like, this guy's crazy. It's like, yeah, definitely. And then you go exploring, like literally you get off your ass after you're done like chopping wood with a dull machete from Walmart, and you go through those woods, man. You just go for it. Like, I don't know if there's bears in there. I've heard some coyotes last night before we climbed up the mountain. We were camping in a parking lot and just in the middle of the woods. And what the hell am I talking about? I've gone on such a tangent, but after this part, that was cool. That was cool that we all shared that. Little taste. You know, people that have done this know what I'm talking about, right? Because you feel that. But the bridge there, they do. Like, you have to go out and do it, right? This isn't an armchair philosopher's like pastime theoretical exercise. You achieve something during these rituals that condenses like a black hole into a moment of pure singularity, and there is no coming back. There is only like an infinite opening into the otherness of being, and that results in what Christopher Hyatt and S. Jason Black in their book Pacts with the Devil called a pact. The Jewish philosopher and mystic Martin Buber called this a covenant. Man, it takes me back. Those are good old evil days. So it really affects me. And so we get to this kind of thing. So into the woods, right? Love the outro. Just you dwell there after in the aftermath once it's done, once it's finished. But the whole point of this kind of music, what I try to carry through here. Recall I was talking about earlier in the video that idiotic producer, probably like world famous for all I know, who said all the best music's already been done. All the best guitar. And it's like it couldn't be more dubious, more laughable, right? Of course it hasn't been done. And so the point of this type of music is to not just an homage to what I've been through with all those years in Satanism, though again I don't know exactly what term I would use. I always kind of come back to that one, even though what I mean by it means something very different than what most Satanists mean. And most Satanists, I would never even probably stay in the same room with them. They're just pathetic. But anyway, not all of them. Some of them are quite interesting. Most of them are just narcissistic 12-year-olds, and the guy's a 52-year-old who never grew up due to becoming stunted by different forms of minuscule trauma that were made into mountains out of molehills and were used as an excuse to latch onto an atheistic social identity that didn't pan out as they drained their parents' wallets due to either failing out of school or avoiding college, or ending up in jail due to never fulfilling their dreams of glory and the idealized guise of being a legend in their own mind. Anyway, I'm not a big fan of a lot of other Satanists, so I use the term out of honor to Satan, to the entities that have gotten me here by whatever names. But in any case, this style of music is really made to carry what you experienced in those rituals, in those transcendental states, approaching what Kant might have called the sublime, right? These aesthetic experiences, as they're called in certain forms of what charismatic Christianity. There's correlates in almost every major school of faith and philosophy. And so achieving that in this particular context, Satanism, witchcraft, various forms of paganism, but particularly Satanism, it has a very unique, and witchcraft, very unique feel. Bringing that into the music as a kind of state of cyclic and yet linear possession, and then carrying it as sort of like a narrative virus into the receptive and productive minds of your audience as a kind of like lunar hypnosis, right? And then passing that on as a gift, not as an obligation, but a gift. That's the goal of this music, one goal. Okay, back to mixing. With all that said, here we go. So you've done your editing, your miking, your tracking, your editing, your clip gain, and your routing. At that point, you might want to start by setting up some of your tape glue if you plan to do it, kind of like what I did here, because the idea is if you were actually using this in like a commercial studio environment and recording everything out the console and back in on a tape reel, it would already be printed into the sound. So in this case, I started on my mix bus. So I have a mix bus and a master bus. I like to have one before the master bus. Gonna do any pre-master processing at the end of my mix. But what I did here was I put this Universal Audio Studer very, very famous, iconic tape reel, right? That would, you use to record on. But back in the day, right? Think like analog console days, even to this day, right? And still in some studios, your console's recording to this and then back in a lot of the time, right? So in a case like that, this tape deck sound, right? This very subtle, beautiful, very musical saturation is already kind of baked in. It's printed into the sound. So there's kind of two schools of thought. One is that, and I used to be in this school, like, well, we have the technology now to kind of break the rules a little, bend the rules. So I always would kind of think I'll put that on last when I'm finished with the mix, because if I put it on, maybe I'm mixing on another pair of headphones or monitors or on the go, and I don't really notice some small problem in here that's brought out when I start compressing tracks and things like that and EQing. And then maybe the settings I had were a problem. Well, at that point, I've already mixed the whole song around that sound, and changing it at this point would could have some pretty sweeping effects, however subtle, in the sense that, I have 200 plus tracks going into this. If I make a small change, it's going to affect all of those, and a small change will build up into a larger one. So that's one school of thought, like put it on at the end and just kind of subtly sculpt that with EQ or whatever you want to sort of fit the rest of the mix once you've got the mix sounding the way you want. But if you think about it, that's not really the way things work in real life, right? The studer, again, it's there from the get-go in a real studio, right? If they're using this, it's already baked into the sound. So I suggest, I think a lot of people start with this on your mix bus or maybe even your master bus if you're not using a mix bus. Start with this real subtle, and just kind of leave it there the whole time, right? Keep it baked in. You can do the same thing with your glue buses if you're doing this kind of idea, but in this case, I wasn't really planning on using this, right? I was gonna kind of glue everything with my reverbs and all that like I usually do, but this helped a little more because I found that some of the nature sounds and things I was using here, they just sounded a little too different from my other sources. So that's why toward the end I started setting these up and just kind of squeeze them in there last minute. Not the best practice, but again, I rushed through this toward the end. So you kind of decide at this point when you're finished with your routing, your editing, your clip gain, all the tracking. You don't want to start recording stuff after you've started the mix. I mean, you probably could get away with it, but at this point, all the recording's done, all your instruments are here, all the performances are here, routing, all that stuff's done now. The tracking is over. Okay, set up your whatever you want on your mix bus, and if you want your glue, set that up now too, so you can kind of work around it rather than cram it in at the last minute. Okay, there's other ways you can do that. That's just kind of my advice. Use your discretion depending on what you're doing. Okay, and what I was getting at in the last video is all of these black ones actually come to these trim buses, and these basically just are purely for volume. Okay, I found that the different sections of the song had slightly kind of different EQ characteristics. Again, take a listen. Okay, that's part one. Here's part two. Okay, and then even the intro. Not so different in terms of the tonal quality and kind of fingerprint of as the part one here, but the volume was definitely a bit different. So I had these split out just in case I needed some adjustment. This is kind of a cool way to control the different sections of a song, but just be really careful. One way to kind of tell if you've routed everything correctly at the end, just solo this, right? And okay, if you play it during it, like here's the actual section it's playing. Okay, so you should be able to hear everything, but a good way, kind of a negative way to tell if you routed anything wrong, go ahead and hit, like I'm just using keyboard shortcuts to go through my markers. Go to the second part of the song. If you can hear anything in this one while it's soloed, you did something wrong. Okay, that was actually part of the first part of the song leading into the next part, so that's fine. There was like one guitar ringing out, but there shouldn't be anything else. That's kind of a cool way to do this. You can kind of, as you're grouping bigger and bigger, like 20 tracks to this, 20 tracks to this, you can do the same kind of thing. Just start kind of soloing stuff and make sure everything's grouped carefully. When you're taking your breaks, remember how I do like a timer for 35 minutes, usually, or 30 minutes, and then 15 or 20 to give my ears a rest so I don't get ear fatigue and start mixing inaccurately. You got to give your ears breaks. You try to power through that 45 minutes to an hour, pretty soon all the high end's going to start sounding dull and you're going to start boosting it way more. And the next day you're going to come back in your studio that has no sound absorption foam on $30 Radio Shack microphone, headphones with $200 KRKs, wondering why your mix sounds like crap in your dad's minivan from 1992, that old Nissan Quest, right? It's like, what do you think, man? What are you thinking? Like, use your brain, use your eyes and ears, you know? So let's get back to it. So yeah, those are some little tricks. Now, actually starting the mix, here's kind of the bread and butter, right? Here's where the meat is. Here's what I'd recommend. With a mix this big, again, you might need to take a different approach depending on the type of music you're doing, the instruments you have, and how big that mix is, and what you're going for. In this case, what I'd recommend is a good place to start. Go through the entire song, starting with priority instruments. So I often like to start with my bass instruments if I'm using like a black or death metal song, kick drum and bass guitar, right? Those are the two I usually start with because bass frequencies are really hard to mix correctly and to get right. If you try starting with like the guitars or the vocals and then try to squeeze in the bass at the end, it's going to be very, very difficult. Good to just kind of start with that as your foundation and work your way out. So I'll start by getting the bass. That in this case, you kind of have to figure it out in the context of the song. What's the next most important thing? Well, in part one, those chords, you know, these guys, I call it the guitar bed bus. Those guys have a lower timbre and a lower range. They're darker, and it's going to be because the notes are pretty low in terms of the kind of the sound quality and the EQ spectrum. You're not going to be able to just EQ the hell out of those and get them to sit right. Okay, that's why I was kind of struggling to get these here, and I did rush through it. I know I could get this even better, but again, sometimes you just have to move forward and call it a day. But that would probably be the next thing I'd address, right? Because these are going to be really hard to cram in later on after I've mixed the other guitars, right? But the other guitars, these guys, also a little tricky because it's a darker, lower register melody. The notes are lower in pitch, but eventually you get these guys. Let's see, are they here? Okay, and you'll notice it's the same melody, but there's a low octave and a high octave. So to mix that might also be kind of challenging, okay? So there's some challenges here. That's why the beginning got really hard. Okay, it gets hard. And then it's also kind of hard to match all of that, which gets really tight and kind of congested, even with proper stereo width and panning. It's kind of hard to match it to this. Let's see, 6. Which, you know, I just said F it. I'm just gonna screw it, you know, I'm just gonna make it sound the way I want, not worry about it gluing too much here because I just wanted to be done with all this. Important not to burn out, right? So just keep moving. Don't stop for too long. Just keep moving, or you're gonna get stuck and you're gonna get burnt out and you're gonna stop working on it and you're gonna tell yourself you'll come back to it next week, but you're gonna get off work and you're gonna be tired and you're gonna not have worn earplugs at work all day, so your ears are gonna be wiped and you're gonna make mistakes, blah 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 blah. Okay, so some challenges in the first part, right? To get those to sit. So what do? Start with your bass. The first thing you're gonna do before you start slamming EQ or compression, what you wanna do is go through the whole song, section by section. So the intro, part 1, part 2, outro, ending and outro. And what you wanna do before you start really adding any effects, any inserts, any sends, reverbs, anything, is you wanna go through and adjust only the volume faders. This is what I'm recommending, what I did in this mix. You might not want to do this every time, but here's how I did this, okay, for this particular mix. Go through, adjust all the volume faders, okay, then, and your panning, okay? It doesn't have to be perfect, but you want to go kind of track by track. So I would start, start with just the bass. Okay, I start with that. These did not exist yet. I added a lot of these in later, but all I had was like this first bass synth kind of track, right? I add a lot of cool effects and stuff, which I'm not really going to go into because that's my little secret. From here, okay, I'll kind of solo that, get the volume where I need it. And to do that, there's a couple things that are really important here. The first thing you want to do is, remember we talked about using a reference track. What I would recommend here is pick one of those songs, okay, that you already have looped. You can hit this button here to gain match it so that it'll make the volume the same as yours. This should already be gain matched since this is mastered. My song here is mastered. And I'm not going to play the reference track so I don't get a copyright strike, but I will have it playing. It'll be in the orange. The audio might cut out, but what I'm checking here would just kind of be my low end. And I'm just looking to see, like, am I way off or kind of in the ballpark? I'm very, very close, but again, this has already been mastered and everything's finished, right? So there's another cool tool you can use to do this that I actually use as a module in Ozone, but Ozone 12 came out, not in Ozone 11, but in Ozone 12. They have a couple things to help with your low end. One is called low end focus, but the one I really like and that I'd recommend that I did, this is how I did this in this mix, just to make sure, because I'm mixing in headphones, right? These are Neumann NDH30s with proper room correction and everything, but even then, man, even in headphones this good, it's very hard to hear your bass accurately. Okay, I can hear it, but you can't always tell where it is or if it's enough. So this is a really cool module because what you do is this will tell you, think of like a leveler with the air bubble and the liquid, right? This will tell you if you're level. You kind of are aiming for right in the middle. Uh-oh. I've got so much on here. Look at this. Even with, what do I have here? I've got a 12-core AMD processor with 32 gigs of, I guess, DDR5 or whatever the newest RAM is right now, and a GeForce 4070, RTX 4070, and this thing's still stuttering with an Apollo, no less. I mean, that's how crazy intense this has gotten, right? So, but in any case, I do not think I can add any more Ozone stuff to this session without deleting stuff. Okay, but you'll use that bass module, and it's called bass control. If you get a hold of Ozone 12, you can just use this individually. Just make sure you turn it off while you're mixing because it will color the sound a little bit. But basically, you're trying to get your bass kind of right in the middle. Punch, you don't need to worry too much. One thing you can do is run a reference mix through here, like turn off everything and just run a reference mix with no effects on it or anything. Run it through Ozone's bass control. No other effects, and you just want to see. So what you can do, like, you can take metric AB, switch it to your reference track, and then what's going to happen is you're only going to hear that reference track. Okay, there's not going to be like any other effects on it or anything like that. And then you can actually put this like right above that. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Put that right above it. And then turn it on, play that through, and you will actually see where a commercial mix reference is in terms of where its bass is and where the punch of that bass is. Other things you can do, you can actually you can like compress the bass, just the low end, and you can even almost upward compress it. I'm not going to really go into that, but it helps it keep from like smearing and going up and down, and it'll tighten it up a lot. This is an extremely useful addition to Ozone that they introduced in Ozone 12, and I recommend becoming familiar with it and using it as you go to kind of gauge where your bass is, which is, I think, the thing most people struggle with more than any other thing, keeping that bass clear and audible. We'll get into more in that in a sec. So start with your bass. That's what I did here. Just volume, pretend none of this is here, none of these effects are on. You're just getting the volume to the right spot, okay? And what's the right spot? Well, you know, most of my individual tracks, when I'm gain staging, when I'm doing my tracking and figuring out where I want my levels, like the raw level going in, I've always kind of done -12. Right, that's kind of where I'm aiming at, but some people go to -6. You know, anywhere in between is kind of fine. I would not recommend going above -6. One reason I don't usually go to -6 is because if everything's at -6, you know, great kind of lower noise floor, I guess, but in 24-bit with really good preamps, I don't know, man. I don't think it's going to make that huge a difference if you're at -12. But anyway, you know, if everything's at -6, pretty soon on your group bus, you're going to be clipping, right? It's just going to get too loud pretty quickly if you got like 30 tracks going there. -12 just gives me a little more headroom, but, you know, to each his own or her own or their own, right? So here we go. Get the volume right, okay? Then go in order priority. So head back. I'd head back to, remember those bed bus guitars, which are here. Okay, that sounded weird, but did I like sum to mono? No. Okay, but you know, just get the volume right on those one at a time, right? And then just kind of go through the whole song in order priority. Next, I would probably do, after I've got all the guitars in that's pretty much it for the first part of the song. But on the second part, it gets a little trickier because there's only guitars and the bass synth on the first part. But on the second part, you know, you've got female vocals, the witch laughs, the witch crying, the witch screaming at the end. You've got a new bass synth with different settings. I've got some Omnisphere synth stuff. I've got some Omnisphere like whisper synths. I've got some nature sounds. I've got some water sounds, some frog sounds. I've got screaming, rain, different types of thunder cracks and rumbles, different frogs and birds on the outro, right? And in the beginning, there are some nature sounds too, birds and stuff as well. So just pick your priority, right? Like start with what's masking other instruments, you know, what's going to be harder to mix, what's in a really low range that I'm going to need to pay attention to because I'm not going to be able to just squeeze that in at the last minute. In this case, I went bass, guitar, bed bus. Those are the chords. Then kind of the lead that comes in, then the other leads that were higher in pitch, so they weren't hard to just kind of squeeze in. And again, I'm just doing volume and panning. With panning, right, sometimes you don't want to go like full, I don't usually go like full 100 left and right. I might go like 98 or 90s, whatever sounds right, you know, just use your ear. Sometimes you don't want it super wide, like in the beginning, right? I wanted this mostly centered because it starts solo. It starts just with that guitar. But I didn't want it so far left that it's, you know, I'm gonna have to automate it or cut it out, put it on another track and center it, something like that. Probably should have just done that, but so these are just panned real slightly, right? 31, 34. They don't have to be symmetrical. Sometimes it's cool to put a little asymmetry in there, otherwise it just gets those little things making everything symmetrical. That's how things start getting real sterile. and how they start getting real uninteresting. So asymmetry in a mix, I think, can be really interesting if done carefully. So 90 and 90 here, just to completely contradict what I just said. 69, 69, there you go. Yeah. So, you know, you don't have to get your panning exactly where it's going to be. You know, you might not know exactly where it's going to be, but pretend you do. This should be very close to where you're going to have it at the end of the song. You don't have to totally commit, but it should be close enough that you're going to not drastically change it later on. Volume and panning. Okay, so from there, when I kind of hit this part, when I hit that bridge, you know, it wasn't too hard. It had a little room to breathe, kind of transporting us into the woods, you know, possession from the witch, all that stuff. And on here, I actually have the output of this routed to this dark purple bridge bus, which is where I did a lot more of my processing and inserts. And then I have this sending to a return bus with reverb on it. I'll explain some of that later, but I don't want to get too far into that. Off the beaten path, right? We're already off the beaten path. There is no path, yeah. So, second part of the song. Let me stop here. We'll keep going. So second part of the song, same thing, right? We've got a different bass synth here and a different sound. So let me just solo this. A little different. Not quite the same kind of chainsaw effect I created, and I'm not going to share how I did that. It was a kind of a cool creative trick I just came up with. That's what I was saying about thinking inside the box is the new outside, because there is no box, right? Like, as you're moving on your feet, you'll come up with, as you get the hang of this, you'll come up with your own techniques, just like you discover and develop your own voice on your instrument as you master the technique, and then finally your spirit develops in such a way that you now have something unique or to say, or anything to say. Most people have very little. I hate to be so cynical, but God, the music these days is really, really mediocre. I mean, there isn't a lot of good stuff coming out anymore. Anyway, so, God, that's so negative. Yeah, so the bass synth's a little different. There's other synths, there's vocals and things like that. So where do you begin? We're still just doing volume and panning, guys. Start with your bass. If you need to do things like duplicate the bass track or create sends, you know, do that now. Same with before. If you're starting with the bass, set up the whole bass the way you want it for the song. I mean, I'm not talking about inserts and effects. I'm just talking about your routing and, you know, which tracks you're going to have. For example, I may or may not get into this later, but I came up with this cool technique. And the gist of it is I've split sort of my low bass frequencies into one track. That's weird. That shit is so weird. Okay, so basically, like, this one I've rolled off pretty much everything above 100, you know, and that's just gonna be totally my low end, just like kind of my sub bass. And then this guy here is sort of the opposite. Everything roughly above 100 I've kept and rolled off everything below it. That allows me to really control my low end, right? And I do that right off the bat, right after I've got my kind of my volume. And actually I do it before I start doing my volume and panning. I just don't really add any other effects like compression. So just a basic EQ, set that up. I'd call that like a crossover point. And that way I have just my sub bass on one channel and just my kind of mids, right? Like the aggression and attack of it. A lot of people, especially on headphones or, you know, in an untreated room, they'll feel like as their mix gets louder and louder, you know, and they're pushing instruments up which is again why we're going through this stage at the beginning of the mix of adjusting our volume and panning where we want it. Because you don't want to stray too much from that, right? If you just kind of go track by track right off the bat, you're going to start, maybe you're going too fast, you didn't EQ that right or set it up right, and all of a sudden, this is getting louder. You got to push that up louder. Now that's getting louder. Now that's getting louder, right? And a lot of people, when they don't split up the sub bass from like the mids on the bass track, they'll start just pushing the one bass track, and that'll bring up those sub frequencies too. And all of a sudden, you've got tons of mud. Your bass is out of control. It's masking everything, and to kind of keep up, you start pushing the volume, compression, EQ of everything else, and that's how you get a terrible mix and probably a terrible song to begin with. Stop being so negative, man. Jesus Christ. So good to split that up, right? And how did I do that? Well, I did it on the first part too, and I did it here with a little trick. You could, I don't know, you could try duplicating it, but you know, you might get some phase issues. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe you could. I'd have to try it out and think about it for a sec. But what I did was basically I had a single synth track, just like the actual synth track, right? I mean, you actually can pull up that synth. It's not printed, it's not bounced, it's still there, okay, with actual MIDI notes on there. Okay, from there, what I did was you can see the output. Just the raw output is being routed to this one, Trill P2 mid, part 2 mid, okay? So basically this signal is no longer going to be audible from this channel. It's really only going to be audible here. And if I mute that, you know, you're not going to hear anything. Right, now I'm only hearing this because they're connected, but you're not actually hearing this raw track anymore, and I'll show you what I mean, because this is where it's being routed, right? So if this gets muted, this stops playing through here. So we've just got the raw audio. Basically, the signal is getting transferred here. You can think of it almost like a duplicate, but really this signal is that signal. It's just connected with like a cable, basically, like the same way you'd plug a guitar in an amp kind of thing. But notice something interesting here. I actually have a send. So this is sending, it's not routing directly here with like a cable. It's sending a copy of itself to this one, which is basically like a return bus, or in Cubase they call it an effects track, or, you know, a return channel might be more accurate. But in any case, I did not set this up as an effects track or return bus, but it functions as one. I think that was an accident. Now the thing is, I am sending a copy of the signal here, and I'm routing the actual signal here. Okay. Why did I do that? Well, notice something. This is a pre-fader. And so what that means is this fader, the volume here, is not going to control the level of the signal being sent here. So if I move this, let me just show you. I'm going to move this up and down. It will not actually change the volume of this track whatsoever. Watch. I can even mute it, but, well, it should still be playing, but I have my preferences set up so that when I mute a pre-fader track, it will mute that, but it shouldn't. I don't think it should. But so pre-fader just means, right, like this volume, when I create a copy of the signal on another track, this volume fader will not control that volume at all. How do you control the amount of volume going here? With this guy right here, the send level. If it's post fader, this actually will, in addition to this, you can kind of use both depending on what you're doing, but this will actually, watch this now. So it actually does affect that volume. I'll get it. I don't know where it was. Was it like 22-ish, 0.1? Something like that. So yeah, why do I have a pre-fader going here? Well, again, the goal is, this is just one way to do this cleanly without like duplicating the track or something. I have a copy of the signal going here, and the output is going here. So that splits it up for me in kind of a clean way, but it's a little complex and isn't necessary to do this. You could probably just duplicate the track maybe. But in any case, what I want is I want all of the bass below, well, in this case, everything below 100. That's what I want to keep for this sub bass. I only want that low bass. This is it, right? I just want this low stuff. Okay, and then for the mid, where I'm splitting it, remember, I want everything above 100. That's what I want for the mid, like this. There's nothing below 100 here. And that allows me to set those at different volumes. It also gives me a lot more control. That way, if things start getting loud in my mix and I'm boosting everything and bringing the volume up and compressing, most people will they'll have one bass track and bring it all the way up, but that brings those sub frequencies. That's where you get the mud. That's where you get masking, right? If you have more control, if you split it out and just have the mid bass, then if you need to bring that up or make the bass kind of a little punchier, you can just bring the mid up. The sub more or less should stay where it is. Once you have all your volumes set. Okay, so that's just a little tip, something I kind of did in this one. I mean, I have split up the bass a bit, but this little trick with the send and duplicating it that way is kind of a cool little idea for people who are a bit more advanced here watching this. So did the same thing with part 1, same thing with part 2. Okay, basically at this stage, I'd recommend just starting with that. Don't add any effects or inserts or anything. Just set it up so you have all that in your routing and everything. Okay, from there, go through just like we talked about, get all your volume and panning. All right, and after you've done that, in order, right? So basically, you know, I'd start by soloing all my bass synth for part 1. You know, if I'm starting here. Okay, and then I would add in with my solo button or however you want to do that, the most important guitars in part 1, which again are going to be my bed bus, because those are going to be really hard to mix. Okay, and from the bed bus, then I'd add my leads in, get the volume there, add the other leads in, get the volume and panning there, all the volume and panning. Okay, so I think you get the idea. You just add in one track at a time, kind of get them all sitting right together. You may need to adjust the ones you just did as you add new stuff in, but once all part 1 is finished, move on to part 2. Or, you know, unsolo all that stuff and just start adjusting them together once you have them kind of in the ballpark. And kind of do the same thing for part 2. Again, this isn't like canon, right? This isn't necessarily what every mixing or mastering or audio engineer does, but it's how I did this song, and it worked pretty well considering the speed and the size of the mix. Okay, so that's one way to do it. Do that with everything. Okay, at this point, you shouldn't have any reverbs, anything wet. This is all just dry tracks, right? With your routing, maybe some glue. That's it. Okay, let's go to the next part. One quick thing I forgot to mention, when we were talking about the low end and how I split out the like sub bass, what I'm calling the sub bass here from the mid bass, I forgot to mention, you'll see that my sub bass, okay, that this is in mono, but the mid is in stereo. Notice the reason I set it up this way rather than just duplicating a track is because Trillion, the bass synth I'm using, is most of your virtual instruments are going to be in stereo. So of course, if I just had a regular old bass guitar track or something that I recorded with a real bass guitar in mono, I probably wouldn't need to set it up like this. You know, I might even be able to get away with just duplicating the track as long as it doesn't have phase issues and then just EQing it on each track so that they're split out like this. All the low end gone here from 100 hertz down, and keep all the high end. All the high end gone from here, and keep all the low end at the same kind of crossover point. So crossover point doesn't have to be exactly 100.33, but if it works, it works. Otherwise, you know, somewhere in that ballpark, pretty close. But the reason I did it this way is specifically because this is in stereo. Typically, you don't want bass frequencies in stereo, especially when you're like mastering, for example, for vinyl. Stereo bass is a big no-no. And a lot of people who like self-publish or press, you know, with a home recording through vinyl, a lot of them don't know that vinyl, you really want to make sure everything below like 100 or usually 120-ish should be in mono, or it's going to create some big problems for your vinyl pressing. So just FYI. But in this case, remember I had like a send going here with a copy of the signal to the sub bass, this one. Okay, and then this whole track, which is the sub bass plus the mid, you know, this is the whole thing, right? This thing is going straight here, not a send, but an actual output. Remember, like we just talked about. So I know this gets confusing, but the gist of it is when I sent it to this sub bass and EQ'd it off, I also made this a mono track because I want all my, not just for this bass, but any bass in my sub regions, you know, 100 and below, all of those should really be in mono, right? Especially in this denser mix. Mono bass is always a good idea in this type of case. So for example, I have thunder later in the song here. And I did something similar where, you know, I have the kind of rumbly low frequencies split out. And then I have the, you know, high thunder cracks here split out with all the low end rolled off. Right, so it's pretty much the same thing, just sort of different routing due to different needs there, but it's the same idea. Notice too, what is this? See the single circle? That's mono. This is for the rumble. The cracks are in stereo because all of these individual thunder strikes are going to these buses, and these are stereo, so these are stereo. But this one's mono. You know, I summed it down to mono because that's just your rumbly bumblies, right? So another little tip on bass. Let's move on. Next, what I'd recommend once you've got all your volume and panning set up across the whole mix, all your routing, all that stuff we talked about, what I did next was I did what I would call, I did what I would call kind of a guardrail bus pass. And so, those San Pellegrinos and Topo Chicos. Yeah, so I did what I would call like a guardrail bus pass. And what that looks like, I mean, there's probably a lot of ways you could term that, a lot of things you could call that, but all my group buses basically, dark purple, usually dark purple, which are like my termination points where all the subgroup buses, these light purple ones go. Sometimes light purple, sometimes dark purple. You just got to listen for problems in the mix. So if you've done everything right, you've recorded properly, you set up your mic properly, you had a vocal booth or sound absorption, treated room, whatever. Everything, even with just volume and panning completely dry, should already be sitting very well together. Okay, that's a good sign you've done everything right so far. Now, young Jedi, what you must do is kind of just listen for problems, right? Is something masking something else? Where? What frequency? Is something covering something up? Is this fighting for the spotlight with that? Are the bass instruments competing with each other at certain parts, like the thunder strikes with the synth bass on the second part, things like that. And you don't want to go into the individual tracks really and start treating that with EQ and compression yet. You just want to kind of gently go to your group buses, whether light purple here, more often than not, kind of the dark purple ones, and just very subtle things, right? We're not doing a lot of heavy lifting. We're just doing some gentle preparation work, okay? So for example, my guitars were, I'll show you kind of an advanced technique I did here. My guitars were kind of fighting with the bass at a certain frequency band. So what I did was, you know, because listen to this first part, right? The mids on this with the effects I put on and this kind of creative technique I came up with to make it sound like a chainsaw, like a lighthouse of death, just killing anything the light hits at night, right? Just chainsaw of doom. You know, that was really having trouble at first sitting with the guitars in the first part. And I more or less got them in the full context of the mix right there. It's a little tricky, but with all the other instruments, it sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good. So what I did was, okay, I just need to make a little space right off the bat. And so what I did was on the synth bus, like the terminating point, this is where all the part one synth stuff ends. It all goes there, and then it goes to those black glue buses with the oxide tape thing. But if we head over to part one, this is like the terminating, you know, full group bus for all the guitars in part one. If I pull up the EQ I have here, this is why I like Fab Filters so much and why it's like industry standard now. I'll show you why. It just has a lot of features that a lot of other EQs don't. And one of them is this. So I need to make some space, just a little bit right off the bat, between the guitars, like the real high mid frequencies around 3K, right? And that really chainsaw-y, the real chainsaw-y high end, you know, upper high mids, right? The high mids, right? I need to make some room. So one thing you can do is just kind of gently sweep through your bass, right? Until I kind of found, let's go ahead and solo that. Where is it? I'm gonna duplicate this for a sec so I don't lose this setting. And here's a solo. Okay, so right, of course, keep your cue just kind of gentle and broad. I mean, you don't necessarily want to sweep this high, right? Because when you're boosting signals like that, you can kind of trick yourself. I mean, everything's gonna sound either better or worse when you're boosting that much. But the trick is, I'm not really looking for a spot that sounds good or bad as much as I am boosting to hear that particular frequency band a little better in the context of the mix. And one way you can really narrow in on that is by holding this little solo button, which is super helpful. Because if you're not sure you're hearing the right spot when you're boosting and sweeping, you know, you can really hear it if you hold it and then let it go. And just kind of sweep that way and make sure you're hearing the right part. So what I kind of did here was I found a little area that wasn't too harsh. You know, I'm going to take it down very gently. I mean, we're talking like not even 2 dB. Okay, I don't want it too steep a Q. Just want it, you know, you got to use your ear, man. This is why you need like an accurate listening environment. Very subtle, right? But I'm just doing a tiny, that might even be too much, a real tiny boost. And that's kind of giving this a little voice area, right? This is this synth bass's voice, right? You don't even need to actually boost this. In fact, I tell people when they start boosting EQ, I almost never boost EQ. I use really gentle, precise cuts, no more than 3 dB at most usually, if I've done everything right. And when people are boosting, I tell them, well, before you boost, try cutting, you know. Boosting tends to add frequencies up pretty quickly that can create masking and other problems. But of course, boosting is important, but do it after you've exhausted your cuts, right? Do it sparingly and only if you really need to. And sometimes you do. I mean, there's nothing wrong with boosting, just be careful. So here, I didn't really need to boost this. Really, you can just kind of sweep the same way we did here on the guitar bus here and just find a place where cutting gives some room to this. But a little boost here and then a little cut, you know, at the around the same frequency, if not exactly the same frequency. Let me go back here. That was on here. So I'm gonna delete the one I did and go back to this one. Now I boosted a little there and then you can see 30, 48.6. Again, it doesn't need to be exact. You really need to rely on your ears more than your eyes at this point with this part. Okay, and then the trick here is on the guitars. What I did here was I set up a dynamic EQ. What does that mean? A dynamic EQ, as opposed to like a regular bell curve like this, right? A dynamic EQ sets it so that the EQ only takes effect when a certain threshold, when the volume crosses a certain threshold. So for example, watch this. If I move this up, look really carefully. Okay, did you see that? How when I brought this up and no volume was kind of crossing this lever right here, it didn't kick in. But when I bring it down on top of the volume, it kicks in. Okay, but the trick here isn't just dynamic EQ. We don't want it just measuring the guitar volume to do this, right? And notice the cut is really gentle. This cut, it's only cutting like a decibel and a half. It's really, really gentle. Because remember, this is the entire guitar group bus. Little cuts make a huge difference, just like in mastering. But the real trick here during the guardrail pass is, this is a very kind of advanced technique, but I'm doing sidechain dynamic EQ. What does that mean? It means I'm taking this bus, the synth bus, Trill P1 bus, and I'm sending basically the signal into this. It's not playing the signal, like I can't hear it playing through this EQ, but this is like a key being sent here, and then this detects the volume. You can see that right here, that it's receiving volume from this, a copy of its signal. So it's receiving the volume from this bus, and then down here, when I click this button and it turns blue, right? If you hover over in Fab Filter, gives you some helpful info, which I really like. And then what I'm doing is you can see the volume of this bus down here. And you basically want to set this little lever so that anytime the volume of the synth bus goes over this meter, you know what, and I zoomed in, by the way. I didn't like increase the amount I'm cutting. Anytime that volume goes above that little lever, it tells it when to kick in. And why is that useful? Well, sidechain dynamic EQ allows, instead of just like a static EQ like this, where it just cuts everything all the time, right? This only cuts that frequency band when it hears the synth bass go over a certain threshold. And that's really useful because it doesn't permanently change all the guitars. It only changes them when this kicks in. And so it's like a cloud breathing, right? Imagine like an invisible giant jumping on a cloud, right? The giant jumps on it, and the cloud, like the air beneath it, comes up, like right? So clear some air, clear some space, and during your guardrail pass, that's a really cool thing you can do. Now, you don't need to do that with everything. You really, again, need to use your ear and just listen when all your volume and panning is pretty good. Listen to what else needs to be done, like gentle things. Is there a little masking here? Does the bass need some help? That's one way you can do it. Other than that, you might need a little bit of compression on one of those group buses. You might need a tiny bit of EQ. You know, you might need a little sidechain dynamic EQ or a little even sidechain compression. I didn't really need any of that here. Even later in the mix, I didn't use any sidechain compression here, but sidechain compression is the same thing. It's the same exact setup, except when the compression kicks in, it's cutting off any volume spikes, any transients, either gently or very hard, depending on how you set the compressor up, so that it evens the track up, and then you can adjust the volume and keep it a little more even. That's compression in a nutshell. There's a lot more to it, and I've oversimplified it a lot, but the problem with sidechain compression is if we did the exact same thing we just did, even with a little compression, it's going to kind of compress the entire audio signal. So instead of just cutting out like a giant jumping on the cloud and the air coming up, it's the giant jumping on the cloud and the cloud sinks down and like water beneath it splashes, right? It's just more extreme and a little more noticeable. They call that kind of sidechain compression ducking. But these are some things you can do for the guardrail bus pass, as I'd call it. Okay, I don't know what other people would call that, but just go through, do that to anything that needs it. Remember, very, very gentle, and just keep going from there. So you've braved the elements, right? You're now at 208 tracks, and you're doing great, right? You've got everything going great. Your volume and panning sounding good. You've done your guardrail bus pass, small adjustments to help things sit just a little better. Now you're ready to move on to what I'd call the dry static mix. What does that mean? Well, people call this different things, but before you start adding things like reverb, delay to the guitars, to anything, what I do next is I do the same thing I did with the volume and panning. This is pretty much the same order I went in there. Start with your low-end instruments, your bass, move in order of priority through your guitars, vocals, synths, whatever is going to be difficult to mix and needs more emphasis in the song, depending on the frequency range and etc. What priority you want to give it. Okay, so that's kind of how you structure it. Remember, I'll like solo the bass, add in the guitar I'm mixing next, add in the next guitars, and I just keep adding them in like puzzle pieces. And then when I've got them all kind of mixed okay with the volume and panning, kind of unsolo all of those so they're all playing together. And at that point, they would be anyway, since I went through all of them. And then I just kind of do my final levels, any adjustments. Then I move on, and I keep adding in tracks like that. It's one way to do it. It's not the only way. But you're through the guardrail bus pass. Now what do we do? Well, go back. You got to go back through the entire thing. But luckily, you've already done a lot of the groundwork. I mean, now you're a good, probably at least 50% of the way through. Okay, now everything should be already sounding really good to the point where if you just released it like this, it'd be passable, right? It would already be pretty clear. You can hear everything. If you've done it all right to this point, everything's sounding good. Now we're, if we were doing a painting, we've done a couple layers, started kind of making a schematic of the landscape, but now we're starting to fill in the details, right? We've got the base for our soup. Now we want to start really bringing it to life with all the other ingredients. Okay, so same thing. I'd start, if we're doing part one. Okay, we're back to the synth bass. Remember, I have like the sub split out. I've got the sub split out from the mids. You put them together. right? So it gives me a lot more control. But during the, the guardrail bus pass, basically when I set all this up, all I had was a little low pass filter there. Sorry, low pass filter here, high pass filter here, okay? Just to do that crossover point where I've got this set at, roughly 100 hertz. Then I do the same thing here. And it doesn't have to be exact, but it should be pretty close. From there, I start with my bass. So I just kind of keep all this soloed for now. And I'm gonna need to listen. Like if I turn these compressors off and all this other stuff, and I just listen to this. It's weird. It must be some weird thing with the routing where I can't just solo this. Okay, so watch the volume meters here, right? You can see how it's kind of wobbly, right? Like it's going up and down. That's gonna be a big no bueno for that's going to be a big no bueno for the mix, right? Especially with the sub bass. We do not want that coming in and out. The bass needs to be rock solid in a 200 plus track mix. We really need that strong. So that's where compression comes in. Watch without compression right here. It's going a little nuts, right? So throw a little compression on. I love the Universal Audio LA2. I mean, to me, it sounds better. It really does than the Waves one and any of the other ones I've used. And if you try it, really do an A/B with gain matching, and I think you'll agree. Like it's just so smooth. It really does feel like the real thing. Okay, but the LA2A gray version, there's several different versions from Universal Audio, each for kind of different purposes. Your gray is going to be good on a lot of things, but for sub bass frequencies, it can be really good at not like bringing it way too in your face or, making it too aggressive or adding bass frequencies. It's just real smooth and cinematic in this case. What we're looking for is we just want to have a gain reduction, maybe like, I don't know, in this case, since it's not super wobbly, but a little bit, probably like no more than -3, maybe -5 tops. And then it's going to even out a lot more. So that's going to even it out a lot more. Just be careful when you're doing this to keep your gain staging and everything even. It's good to do like A/B so you can turn it off and on. But when you do that, it's very important to have it gain match. So the volume's the same as when it's off and on. Otherwise, again, you're going to be fooling yourself. I actually have a cool little plugin. I have the Meter Plugs Perception, which is really good. But for quick adjustments, I use this gain match. You just drag and drop it, and then you'll set the bottom one to auto. Just put it around, kind of like in French when you're negating something. Just put it around your whole insert chain, and the first one on top should be before, the second one should be after. I set this to auto, and then it will automatically adjust the volume. You can even bypass the whole chain to hear what it sounds like. But that way, if I turn this off, it'll always be the same volume, basically, on and off. So once I have that, and then while this is on, right, what I do when that's on is I look. In this case, it's boosting the signal by 0.3 dB, which means when I have the compressor on, it's 0.3 dB quieter than when it's off. So I'll just go into the gain here, which is basically going to be my output, and I'll increase that and adjust this until I hit almost 0 if I need to. Then I can delete this, right? You don't want to leave that on during the mix. Just gets a little finicky, especially across a lot of tracks, and it won't stay stable. Okay, same thing with here. This kind of helps stabilize things on the mid part of the bass. So they're kind of sitting a little closer to 1 point. They're kind of sitting closer to 1 point now, which is what we want. We want those really stable. Okay, then, you know, lots of little tricks here, right? Some sidechain dynamic EQ on the individual buses or tracks, maybe a little EQ. You're just going to kind of go through and do whatever you need to do for everything, okay? So if I start with the bass, then, you know, I'd solo all the bass stuff and then I'd solo these with it. You do not want to start EQing and adjusting this stuff based on just soloing the guitars, right? That's completely pointless. You need to do it in the context of the other instruments. And it really helps because who cares how the guitars sound on their own? It only ever really matters in the context of the mix. The only time you really want to solo an instrument and adjust it on its own is if you're trying to fix a problem. That's one time you'd want to do that. There may be others. But really right now, all I want is, you know, let's say I've finished all my bass stuff, then I'm going to go on to the first set of guitars. And with the guitars, again, this is just my style of doing it. Notice I really didn't boost anything, and I rarely do. It's all cuts. So the first thing you want to do is, I'll show you. And I'm not going to go into too much more detail here, right? But I'll just kind of give you an overview. First thing I'm going to do, you know, maybe I'd start with it panned. Maybe you probably should start with it panned and do it this way since that's where it's going to be. Sometimes I'll center it and do it and then pan it, center this, and then pan that one. But probably just leave it panned. Okay, first thing you kind of want to do, I'm going to just disable all these for a sec. First thing I do is, you know what, just don't do this when you're mixing, but just so you can really hear what I'm doing. First thing I'm going to do is, you see all this muck down here up to like 50 hertz? It sounds good when soloed, but with the other instrument, it's not necessary at all. So I look at kind of where it starts to curve here, and just use your ear, you know, and I'll high pass that whole thing. It doesn't need to be super steep. I'd say like 12 dB per octave, or maybe even up to 18. I like 18, it's a little steeper. But solo that real quick. Watch this with the bass. Okay, and just listen carefully here, right? If I'm starting with no roll off, somewhere around there, right? I mean, you're listening so that you're giving that sub bass region its space. There's really no, that's the whole point of splitting up the bass into like your sub bass under 100 or 120, and then the other part of the bass above that, right? The whole point is you can control like the sound of the bass with the mid split, right? All the mid stuff you can make aggressive like I did with this chainsaw, and then it cuts through. But that sub stuff really needs its own space a lot of the time. So having all your other guitars and stuff keep all that is just going to cover up the sub, you know, all that sub bass frequency on the bass track. So there's really no need for it. It's already doing all the bass work. You just need the guitars to come through the mix. So it's okay. You don't need to roll everything off, but just use your ear and kind of listen for that sweet spot. Once you go from there, I like to start with, you know, just some gentle boosts. I like to start with some gentle boosts, and I'll just look for problems. I'm really just looking for masking. And again, I'm not going absolutely nuts, like crazy boosts, but I'm not looking for, you know, I'm not doing this to find masking. I'm really doing it to identify where the frequencies are in these instruments, right? So that I can figure out if there is masking. So watch this. Right, I'm kind of hearing kind of something around there, right? And so on and so forth, right? Just gentle cuts, and I just kind of go through the whole thing and find the problems. Usually just masking issues. And that's kind of the process, right? I'll do that if it needs it, pretty much with every track in the order I just described before. So I'd go from here to this one and then maybe here. And you don't always need to do individual tracks. You know, sometimes you can use like your subgroup buses. So you can see here, this one goes to guitar P1 solo key bus. This one goes there too. That's this light purple one. So if I'm just not really feeling like doing a whole lot of processing, sometimes you can just do it on the group bus, right? But sometimes you do need to do them separately, depending on the performance and whether they're different and all that. So you just go through the whole thing, keep adding in more tracks and add some EQ, add some compression if it needs it. The only other tip I'd give here is if you've compressed and EQ'd and it's still not sitting right, you've done maybe a little bit of sidechain dynamic EQ or just regular dynamic EQ, rather than continuing to compress the hell out of it and try to boost to get it to sit, one really cool thing you can do is parallel saturation. How do you do that? What is that? Well, real quick, parallel saturation. Let's say I have this guitar bus. Okay, I'm gonna turn this off. Maybe it's not sitting super well. Okay, maybe it's a little dull or something. Well, what I do is I create a send. Remember, this is gonna send a copy of the signal so that it's playing here. And in this case, it's going here. So it's sending a duplicate of itself to another track. That track you'd call like a return bus, a return channel. Cubase calls these effects tracks. But it's playing two of itself, one here and one here. Then on this pink one, the return bus, I'll put some kind of saturation. There's some good ones by Universal Audio. Another really cool one is Sound Toys has this Devil Lock Deluxe. I actually learned this in a course by Fab DuPont. And what you'd want to do here, you know, you can start with it at Unity at 0. You know, you can exaggerate the hell out of it, and I would recommend putting like some kind of, you know, maybe roll off like 50 hertz and under or whatever you need so that you're not adding like noise and rumble into this. And that's okay. Even if you did it on the bus, it doesn't hurt sometimes to just make sure and do a gentle one here. But again, don't just do it to do it. You need to use your ears and make sure it needs it. Okay, but just to prevent yourself from like multiplying frequencies again and mud and stuff. So, you know, you might want to set it up at Unity at 0 so it's really pronounced. And then I learned this from Fab DuPont. Remember, right now I'm reaching over to my Nectar Panorama CS12, so it looks weird because my hand's probably disappearing or something. But I'm going to use this fader here and watch. You want to just lower it till you can barely hear the effect. You know, you're just blending it to help it pop out a little more without having to EQ or compress more. So watch this. Okay, but remember, this is just an example. Really, you want to do it in the context of the whole mix. So let's try that again real quick. You know, something like that. Of course, I did kind of mess up my mix. I don't remember where the levels were. Something like that. But again, that's another trick. You can do that with anything. You can do it with your synths. You can do it with vocals. There's all kinds of other saturators. You can make it much more subtle. Just do what you got to do to make it cut out. But one thing I'd recommend is like after that Sound Toys insert, I like to add EQs before and some usually after. and just treat it like another track. Start cutting out mud, cut out anything that is masking, and don't just slap an effect on there and call it a day. You need to treat it like you would any track. Just EQ it, shape it, mostly cuts, if not all cuts, gentle, 1 to 3 dB tops if it needs it, and just get it to sit with everything else like you treat it like another instrument. Do that with everything. Okay, so go through everything in order. You might want to hit your synths, vocals in a certain order. I'm going to just wrap this up with one more little chapter here, and we'll move forward. Maybe 2 chapters. Now, you've gone through, you've EQ'd the tracks that need it, compressed them. Prior to that, you did your guardrail pass. Prior to that, you got your volume, your panning right through the whole song. Then you went through with your guardrail pass and did subtle adjustments like sidechain, dynamic EQ, little bit of EQ, little bit of compression, very gentle if needed on the buses, group buses if needed, maybe a track or 2 just to get things to sit a little better, though they already should be sitting really well. Then we started the mix proper, paying attention to all these little details. And at this point, remember, we're not using reverbs, we're not using really delays, time-based effects so much. We're really just using, I call it the dry static pass. We're going either track by track or, group by group, whatever. But this is where we really dig in, start correcting problems, lots of little cuts, whatever you need to do. And, you get everything to fit together the way we described in the last chapter. And you go through an order, like bass to next priority be, in this case, the kind of chords on the guitar, then some of the lead guitars, more lead guitars in the first part, all that stuff. Again, if you need anything to kind of pop out and you've already EQ'd and compressed, it's not really working, try some parallel saturation. There's also other things you can do, like Sound Toys has a great, especially for vocals, this is really nice. You can try more panning, or if you need kind of a cool doubler, Microshift is great. This can widen a mono track. It can make stereo tracks sound more lush and wide and help them pop out a little more in the mix. I would recommend using those on return buses. Same way you do parallel saturation. Another trick is you can do parallel compression. So let's say with like vocals, you wanted it to kind of go loud and soft a tiny bit, but you also want to make it stable. Well, you can set up on, say, I don't know, you could set up like a parallel kind of return bus and then, slap a compressor on there, like let's say the LA2A, and maybe just go nuts, right? Like make this so it's reducing like -10, just crushing it. But then what you do is you'd bring the volume here way down and just blend it with the original track. That way it's like water beneath a lotus flower, right? Like the water keeps it afloat and sometimes something splashes and it kind of blooms up under the original lotus flower, but it doesn't overwhelm it or drown it. If you just slap a compressor on the track and you slam it, there's a good chance you're going to crush that track and squeeze the life out of it, right? So it's these little subtle tricks that are helpful. But again, this tutorial has gone on a long time and I'm getting tired, and I don't want to drone on and on, but these are just some ideas to get you going, right? That I used here and use in a lot of my mixes. The last little thing here, let's say you finish the dry static pass, right? You got all your EQs, compression. Now everything should be sitting really well, but there's no reverb yet, nothing like that. So once you did all that, go back through again in the same order, more or less. And now you want to start setting up reverbs, for example. And I have my own tricks for reverbs to give my own stuff a unique three-dimensional sound using a lot of techniques I just came up with on my own, based on other ones I'd learned from other people or other sources, and just got to a point where I was advanced enough to start making new techniques that I hadn't seen other people do. So reverb's a tricky thing, right? I will almost never put a reverb directly on a track, a channel, a group bus, whatever, right? I don't put reverbs like directly on I love Valhalla. I use this one a lot. It's amazing. It's like industry standard right now. Most people are using Valhalla. It's really, really good. But you know, you can start by just kind of going through the presets and then you know, get something you like. But the thing is, I never put it directly on the track. Why? Because it just washes it out. You know, it can just totally drown it, and that's not what you want. What I like is having the original signal, the dry signal, and then I like having the reverb fully wet, you know, 100% reverb, but then I will blend them together so that they don't overwhelm each other. And so to give you an example of that, let me go to this part of the song. Okay, so what's going on there? Well, basically, I have the lady crying, the witch crying. Okay, and so on its own, yeah, it sounds a little too much, right? The reverb's too much. But again, stay away from the solo button unless it's soloed in order with other tracks as you're structuring the mix, right? Solo button is evil. Solo button's solo button's not really your friend a lot of the time unless you're solving a specific problem. All that really matters again is how it sounds in the mix. So here, a little too much, a little too bright, the reverb. Right? But in the mix, listen. Okay, how did I do that? Well, first of all, there's no reverb directly on this group bus, just like I said. What I'm doing is creating a send. The send sends a copy of itself to another channel. In this case, a return bus is what I call that, or a return channel. Cubase again calls it an effects track. And I have different reverbs for different things. So you might want like a room reverb, real small, real tight. For example, let me see. Hear how it's subtle, right? It's not drowning things out. It's really tight. It's like a small, very realistic room. And in the context of the mix, you can barely tell. But without it, watch. Listen specifically to, you know, what we're listening to. Let's just focus on the guitars and the synth. You don't really want to add much reverb to your like sub bass frequencies. You got to be really careful with that. But the mid split off we talked about, that's, you know, free game. Just blended taste. Shoot, guys, I'm just looking for the getting pretty tired here. Here we go. Okay, so what happens without that reverb? Well, let's see. This is a different reverb, but I'm just showing you an example. Okay, and here's another one. If you're listening on, you know, proper equipment right now, accurate equipment, you should be able to hear that very subtle change. And that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, you don't want to wash things out with reverb, except specific parts, right? Like maybe here. right? But again, this is a send, a copy of the scream going here. And when you do that, right, your reverb should be 100% wet. So usually you'll see like a mix button, mix knob. It should really always be at 100%. It doesn't necessarily have to be, but if it's not, since you're sending a duplicate signal, you might get phase issues or weird chorusy stuff. And there are times, not necessarily, but there are times when you might not want to set it to 100. But typically with return buses, you set the effect to 100. That's just usually how you do those. But notice there's a couple ways I can do this. Some of these I actually adjusted the faders, that like maybe multiple audio sources are going to that reverb and I want them all. I want the reverb louder on all of them. But if, for example, on my guitars, let's see, you know, you can just send them all from like one group bus. Like, let's say I just sent all of these with one reverb and then all of the, you know what I mean? But I like to send them, sometimes I'll do like individual ones. And, you know, that way I can really customize the amount of signal going to that reverb. And that's one way you can get a really three-dimensional space. But beyond that, my lips are sealed. My lips are sealed. But one really important thing, when you're going into the reverb, you know, I almost always do a little bit of a high pass roll off because mud will, you wouldn't believe it. Mud is like a virus in a mix and it lives usually around, I don't know, like 200 to 350, it depends, right? And there's always some boxiness right around here a lot of the time. But your mud will keep building up and you'll keep cutting and everything and it just keeps coming back, especially with reverbs. Reverbs is kind of like mastering. You do a perfect dry static pass, everything sounds great. You start adding your reverb, don't do it the right way, and all of a sudden your mix is ruined, right? Same with a master. Your mix is perfect, you're all finished, slap Ozone on there, hit go, don't really spend time on it, you ruin the entire song in about 30 seconds, right? So be really careful with your reverbs. And reverbs are, you know, I call this the wet mix, right? When you start adding reverbs and other effects like this, like delays and stuff, this is where things get really creative. This is where you can come up with cool tricks. Like one trick I won't go into, let's say a vocal's talking like I am now, like, right? When I stop, what if I don't want reverb when I'm singing, right? But I want the reverb to happen when I stop. Like, woo, reverb there, woo, reverb there, like bloom out. There's ways to do that using something like a kind of a sidechain compression technique to duck it, but it's a little advanced. So just saying, this stage, the wet mix stage, is one of the most creative stages where you can, if you did everything else right to this point, congratulations, you're now getting to a really high advanced level in mixing and you're going to enjoy it because you'll start coming up with ideas, right? Like look at all these little notes I have, okay? I will come up with ideas either before or after the mix, and I keep little notepads and write stuff on my phone, like Bukowski when he's drunk, though I do not drink or use any drugs. I assure you, I've been clean for coming up on 5.5 years, but I love Bukowski nevertheless. And, you know, I've read like all his stuff. He's one of my favorite poets, but you know, he used to just scribble things all over the place. From what I recall in an interview, I don't remember, but people write stuff down. They take little notes. I like Cubase, and most DAWs have the ability to just kind of take little notes and, you know, little to-do things. You'll come up with cool stuff, and it's good to do that. But the wet mix is where the better you get at this, the more your music, just like wetting that pre-phonetic grammar in music with like the cerebral reflective side of philosophy that I talked about earlier in like kind of my bio section chapter here, right? When those form a bridge, you have something very powerful musically because there's no separation. It's almost alchemical. Leads to a transformation of the spirit and the mind and the body. And when those are bridged, next step is to translate that and form a bridge between that process and creating the music with the mix itself, where the mix becomes an extension of that creativity and the composition. And so the mix becomes, it's revived from just dead text, you know, a mechanical process, to a living word, right? A living word, to quote the late and great philosopher from Harvard, Richard Tarnas, who I think did his PhD at the Esalen Institute. Very interesting and huge influence on me. He's at the California Institute of Integral Studies still, I think, but he's The Passion of the Western Mind, survey of 2,400 years of Western intellectual history. It's a wonderful book, highly recommended. Anyway, the dead letter to the living word, right? So reverbs, a little bit of a high pass filter. Man, I have the gift of gab. Sometimes they're like, good God, I clicked out of this 20 hours ago. It's like, well, that's why you get hit by a car. Yeah. So high pass filter, high pass filter. Just kind of get rid of some of that mud that will keep building up. And then afterwards, you know, I always EQ. And in these cases, right, it looks extreme, but unlike what I said about mixing regular old tracks or anything but reverb, right? Reverb, I kind of go nuts, you know, sometimes. The sky's kind of the limit here. It's just about getting this not to muddy everything up. So look at this off. I'll do it again. I'm gonna go on and off, okay, just so you can hear what's happening here. On, off. Again, very, very subtle, okay, but that's the idea. Like, in subtlety lies the essence of things, right? So that's what mixing is, man. It's subtlety that adds up into larger movements that, you know, contribute to a creative narrative. And so that's about it. Notice one last thing here. You know, that's the gist of it. It takes practice, like the rituals I was describing, right? The energy that's activated in human consciousness by other forms of sentience that are either an extension of our deepest selves connecting to Jung's collective unconscious or whatever. Right, whatever we want to think about, it doesn't matter what we think about it as much as it does to do it, to get your feet wet, you know, get your boots on the ground and get to work, right? Same thing with anything. Enhancing your understanding of what happened to you through study and reflection is very important. But the most important thing is to have the experiences too, right? So same with ritual, same with mixing. Get your ass up. Get going on a song, start making music to take over the world, like Pinky and the Brain said, and just get moving, man. The only way you're gonna learn this is to start making music and not to be afraid. It's like Lon Milo Duquette says in his, I love the title of this book. It's Lesser Magic. It's all in your head. You just have no idea how big your head is. Man, that guy's clever. I like him, but I'm not like an OTO guy really, but I respect Lon Milo Duquette. He seems like a really, really cool guy. He knows what he's talking about to a large degree. I love his talks on YouTube on Coranzon. I used to say Coranzon, but I don't know. He says Coranzon, so you know. If they say Crowley, they don't know what they're talking about. It's Crowley. Okay, so anyway, what the hell was I saying? I'm zoning out here. Blah, blah, blah. Living, dead text, living word, do. Yeah, so the only way you're going to learn, the reason I brought that book up is because in that book, if you read the back cover, he says there's only one rule in magic, magic with a K. There's only one rule in magic. Do not be afraid, right? Do not be afraid in all caps. Live your life that way, right? Do not be afraid. And in this context, do not be afraid to get your feet wet, right? Like, I know when you start a mix, it's easy to start procrastinating by focusing on all the little details and trying to get everything perfect. But it doesn't need to be perfect. As I've said, it just needs to be close. You will learn as you go. Get through the mix like really as quickly as you can so you can get to another mix, you know, and take more time when you're starting out. As mixes get this big, you're going to make mistakes if you go too fast. So you're going to need to start slow. But as you get better and your mixes get bigger and more complex, remember, complexity isn't really always a good thing. In fact, often it's not good at all, you know, Occam's razor, right? But just because it's complex doesn't mean it's bad. And certain types of creative expression are complex and they require more attention, right? So go out there, start making music. Don't get stuck on the details. Finish it up and keep learning, keep growing. Okay, so that's kind of where we're at with the wet mix. So we've done our tracking, which is the recording stage. You get all your tracks recorded. We talked about reamping, where I took the Neural DSP plugins, bypassed the speaker cabinets on those and all the other effects, ran it out of reamp box into my actual amp, where I just used the speaker on that, and then mic'd it up with my Sphere DLX, recorded them back in, right? From there, printed all the tracks, you know, did some noise cancellation plugins, things like that, printed those all, bounced them again, and then started editing them. So got my fades in and out, adjusted the length, cut things that didn't need to be there, any extra noise. Then I did my clip gain to help my compressors later on not have to work so hard, to keep the dynamics even. From there, we were ready to really start mixing. We went through the entire song in order of priority, starting with our bass. And we went through and only adjusted volume and panning to get it close to where we want it to be at the end. Okay, after that we did what I call our guardrail bus pass. All we're doing is going to the group buses mainly and doing a tiny bit of adjustment, whether it's something advanced like a sidechain dynamic EQ, or something simple like a tiny cut on the EQ, like 1.5 decibels in a couple spots, so something else doesn't mask something else. Or a little bit of compression to help something sit a little better. And at that point, your mix should already be sounding really pretty decent if you've done everything right. Your mic position when you were amping, you know, miking your amps up, all that, whatever you're miking up, your vocals, anything. So it should be sounding good after the guardrail bus pass. Then you move on to your dry static mix. This is where we add all our little details, your EQs, your compression. You go in the same order, more or less, and go kind of track by track or bus by bus, group bus by group bus, and just start getting things to sit with those. This is where all your little details are, right? Your EQ, your compression, subtle movements, more glue, that kind of thing. After that, you finally get to probably the funnest part, which is the wet mix. And at that point, you're going to be so exhausted on a mix this big that it might not be very fun. But take your time there, because your reverbs, time-based effects, delays, all your special effects, things like that, that's really kind of the stage where you start crafting those. And it can be a really beautiful and creative process, okay? Last chapter I'm going to cover here is just a little quick section on how I master, and we'll wrap it up. So to wrap it all up, let's talk a little bit about mastering. Mastering is, contrary to what some may think, a very different animal from mixing, in my opinion. There are dedicated mastering engineers who just do mastering in a mastering studio, right? I have a good friend I work with, the one I mentioned, who used to work in a commercial studio on analog gear and consoles, and you know, he uses universal audio, everything. He does amazing mixes. He's an incredible jazz drummer and musician. His band is so good. They do like vintage kind of psychedelic rock. They're awesome, but they're really, really awesome. But he told me, while he mixes all his own stuff, he always sends it out, or at least lately he has been, to his friend who's a professional mastering engineer. And he said, for one thing, it's good to have a second pair of ears on it. No matter how much time you spend on this, you're always going to miss something, right? You get tunnel vision here. So mastering, you know, I'm not a mastering engineer. I know my way around, but I'd consider myself, you know, first and foremost a mixing engineer. But I do know a little bit about mastering, enough to get by comfortably. Definitely a little more than a little, I'm being modest, but I'm not, you know, strictly a mastering engineer. So for those who maybe don't really have that much familiarity with mastering. You know, back in the day with CD, tape, vinyl, there were certain things we had to do to prepare the music to press on those physical mediums. So, for example, with vinyl, again, I've mentioned a lot of people who now are releasing vinyl through like home studios and stuff and don't know how to master properly for vinyl. Get the vinyl back, like from the company I'm using, who are fantastic. People will get the vinyl back, be like, it doesn't sound good. This company sucks. They're not good. I'm like, dude, the company is great. The vinyls they press are awesome. What sucks is you and your mastering skills. You know, there's a couple things you got to do with mastering vinyl. You've got to make sure your sub bass, what I call the sub bass below like 120, is mono or very close to it. You know, you don't want stereo bass, things like that, right? With mastering vinyl. So, in any case, here we are. We're all finished with the guardrail pass, the dry static mix, the wet mix. Everything's great. You know, we've polished it all. Worked hard. Now it sounds really, really good. So first, let's maybe hear the whole song without mastering and just see where we're at. Oops, sorry. Maybe I shouldn't be scrolling through this. Okay, I'm just going to stop it there. You get the idea, I think. What to listen for at that point? You know, I noticed a few things. I like the mix. Might be a little dark, lacking a little high end, which I was kind of going for with all this glue, tape glue, and the Studer. Kind of a little bit of that retro, sort of vintage, old school feel. But at the same time, while the low end sounds really good, and I know it does, because I've checked it against like the Prince of Egypt, Decibel Omega, Kerouac Studios, and the John Williams track from the Deer Hunter. So commercial mixes and masters, and I know that my bass is sitting well. I've also tested it, you know, with bass control and just kind of got a good grip on it. However, there was kind of some smeariness probably in the low, like 200s and below at times, a little bit of smearing. The bass is a little wobbly and the sub bass too a tiny bit. So, you know, that I would tighten up, which I did in the master. And just to kind of give you an idea, let's do kind of on-off comparison. And to do this, I'm going to use gain match so that the volume of Ozone on with the full mastering chain is the same volume as when I bypass it. So you'll see me bypass it up here. And when I do, this all goes blank and this turns like yellow or whatever color that is. Okay, so let's do that on this part. Oh, I'm sorry. This guy kind of overloads everything. So this is on. All right, it might not work. Off. Yeah, Ozone's throwing things off. All right, well, not a whole lot I can do about that right now, but let's just kind of wrap up, okay? If you're new to mastering or have been doing it a while, kind of industry standard, a lot of people use this. It's great. Ozone. I like Ozone 12 because they have some new features. They've kind of built upon their AI assistant. And so I'm not a big proponent of AI in the music world. I'm definitely not at all a proponent of it. People use AI to make music, I think is, you know, total crap. But I do think it's useful, you know, in some of the visual art environments. I use AI to kind of get a starting point for a lot of the art, and it's a cool way to bring to life a lot of the ideas I have that I wouldn't normally be able to create or afford to hire people to constantly do commissions for me. But I use a lot of, you know, I have some background in graphic design, so I use a lot of Photoshop and Illustrator and a lot of other apps to kind of touch that up and do some substantial editing on my own to get my cover art and the look and feel of everything. But AI in the music world, I'm not a fan and really against it. But I, because people are essentially, you know, it's like, look, creating a starting point for a piece of artwork and then doing your own, like, pretty significant level of editing to sort of bring your vision to life. That's one thing, right? But creating music with AI, with zero talent, you know, doing nothing to alter the audio and then just passing it off as if you made it, that, I don't know, I guess some would argue there's not like a significant difference in the visual art community versus the music, but I guess I'm not really for either one so much. I just don't, I'm not trained in painting or drawing, so I find it kind of helpful to use it as a starting point for my own artwork. But I don't know. Anyway, one thing I do like though is, as opposed to using AI to actually create music, I do think it's very helpful for AI to be built into like mixing and mastering plugins to help us assist with mixing music. You know, we're not creating music from nothing with AI, but we are using some tools to help us speed up the process of mixing it. And I think that can be really useful. So Ozone has a really cool feature where you know, you can use this sort of AI generator to give you a good starting point, and from there you can build from that. And it's extremely useful, especially for people who don't really know how to master and need a good starting point. And just to kind of wrap up this whole session, this whole video deep dive into making a witch sun and some of my background, here's what I would recommend if you're new to Ozone, and especially Ozone 12, and you're using this. So first of all, you know, you go here. In my case, I'm going to need to click relearn since I've already set up a mastering chain. So if I go to relearn, I'm not sure how well this one-click button works. I probably wouldn't recommend that. But, you know, go nuts. I'd start with the custom. I'd leave everything on to start. And then what you need to be careful about is where you set this intensity. I find that putting it on balanced is a little hyperbolic. It really kind of exaggerates things and can make them too intense or too altered. And it can really ruin your mix pretty quickly if you're not careful. If your mix, like this one, is already sounding pretty good and you know there's a couple areas you want to fix, but it doesn't need like significant alteration, because you really shouldn't use mastering to correct problems in a mix necessarily that can be corrected in the mix. But, you know, in an emergency, or if you just need a little bit of enhancement, right, it can be useful even for that purpose. So I'd recommend starting on subtle or transparent in this case. In a case like some of the other songs I've done for Quutana, for my project Quutana, like some of the classical guitar stuff, like most of that at the end of the mix was already, I was already super happy with it, and I didn't need much else on it. So I left it at subtle, and I just did some very light adjustments and polishing. Here, I need a little more because I did do this very quickly, and so I'd leave it at transparent. I don't think I'd ever really do balance, but try it out, right? Something really important here, I think we've already talked about it toward the beginning, but I'll just quickly review. When you're doing, when you're mastering for like streaming services like Spotify or Apple or Tidal or Deezer, Amazon, YouTube, they all have their standard about the what LUFS loudness you are going to need to adhere to. So what I use to kind of see if I'm in the ballpark, first of all, when I'm here or using my maximizer at the end to bring all my volume up, I'm always setting this to -14 LUFS, right? That gives me a really close approximation, because these all have different standards, right? Like Spotify might be a little different than YouTube, Pandora a little different than Tidal or Deezer. -14 is going to get you within like +1 or -1 of each of these platforms. And that's the sweet spot, right? You can't get 0 on all of them because they have different levels they're looking for. But if you set this to -14, what you're looking for is the integrated value. And that is basically kind of like an average over the course of the whole song or whatever section you're playing. So if you just set this to -14, you know, turn True Peak on. In this case, for streaming, I would recommend -1 is a good place to start. Normally for like a CD master, you might do like -0.1 or -0.3, something like that. But here, yeah, -1, you're gonna need to bring the output down a little bit more most of the time. Okay, and from there, you should get pretty much where you need to go. Ozone's excellent at this. Then from there, leave all these on. Now the analysis time. In a song like this, like check this out. Okay, so remember, when it first kicks in, okay? Ah, man. Well, let me try this. Right, that part is, again, kind of claustrophobic. It's a little more narrow, more saturation, parallel saturation, more distortion. And that part differs, again, a little bit from here, which kind of blooms open and is wider and more airy with the synths and whispers. But the kind of bridge to it, a little more kind of in between, with a little more like room reverb, convolution reverb there. Then we have different parts with different types of reverb, like this part. Right? Or the end with the screaming. So this is a tricky song to master, especially if you're doing something like this, with starting with the AI assistant. What I'd recommend, a really good friend of mine, someone I'm very close to, she said, she kind of recommended, so throughout this, you know, how am I jumping back and forth? I have markers set up throughout my project, and you can just use keyboard shortcuts, or I can use my Panorama CS12 by Nectar controller to just scroll through my markers really quick. So she gave me the idea, well, when you're analyzing the song with the assistant, just use your markers to jump to each of those main sections with like kind of different EQ and tonal footprints. so it can get a good sample of how to address those. And it does a great job. So I'm going to put this on transparent, -14, -1, true peak on, and maximizer on. I am going to start with where part 1 kicks in after the intro, and then I'm gonna set it to 60 seconds because I need time I need it to analyze each of those sections. You don't have to do that if your song's like pretty coherent and consistent, coherent and what the heck, my brain's shutting off, coherent and consistent, then 15 seconds, 20 seconds doesn't really hurt to go longer. I mean, I figure the more time, the more careful it can be at assessing, the song. But maybe not, I don't know. So I'm going to start with the part 1 and we'll go from there. Here we go. Yikes. Yeah, it's really messing up tonight. I'm not sure why. Okay, and then I'm gonna jump in here. It's not picking up the microphone, so give it a few seconds here. Then we want to jump to this part. I don't know what's going on with this intro. And then a little of this one. Okay, now keep your, when you're doing this, keep your volume down because it's gonna bring it up with the maximizer. And let's see. Give it a sec. Normally I don't get these dropouts, but I'm recording multiple audio sources, sending this through like a virtual loopback, all kinds of crap. So it is pushing the limit here. Okay, so once it's all finished, head over here. And here's what we're gonna do. So you start off with this kind of simplified view. Even for beginners, I wouldn't really recommend using this. I mean, get familiar with your actual mastering chain and just learn how to use it because you'll be able to do things a little more carefully. If you got this far and spent this much time mixing it, spend some time mastering it. Make sure your ears aren't fatigued and spend a little time. So this was on the transparent setting, which will do a little more than I'd like, but you can see it's already pretty balanced. Impact's basically gonna either expand. If something's too compressed, you can set a region and sort of open it up, or you can bring it down and kind of shut it down, compress it a little bit. I mean, it does a little more than that, but it's kind of the idea. And the imager, has to do with your stereo width. So again, you want your low end mono, but we can see right now, I mean, take a look. I'm going to solo the low end. You can tell it's mono because it's just this like straight line right in the center. So I already made sure, remember we talked about that, how I kept everything below like 100 Hertz when I split out each of the bass kind of tracks. You can see how mono that is. That's very, very good, especially for a vinyl master. And, but good in general, most of the time. And then look how wide and kind of airy the bulk of our frequencies are, from about 120 to 2K. Right, and then, it's kind of high and brittle. And some are real high end there. But clarity, does what it says. It just kind of brings things out. I'll show you. So already sounds pretty good. It doesn't really add too much harshness, but it definitely gets a bit bright. You can either choose shape or cut for the stabilizer. I actually prefer shape. If you don't want it affecting certain frequency bands, you can kind of turn it down here, but 15 should be plenty. And you can mess around with this stuff, just use your ear. Dynamic EQ is useful. This looks like some, we've talked about dynamic EQ. These look like huge cuts, like -4 in a master is a lot because it's affecting everything in the song, right? And again, 200 plus tracks, so that's going to make a big difference. But keep in mind, this is dynamic EQ, so it's not sidechained anything. It's basically going by its own volume. So notice it's really probably only cutting like less than 0.5 of a decibel, and it only cuts when the volume approaches this or exceeds this little lever here basically. And so it'll bring it down a little just to clean things up, including like a high shelf here that's also dynamic. And then last in the chain is just your maximizer, and your maximizer is what's going to bring your volume up. So by the end of my mix and master, you know, I'm always making sure that my master bus really shouldn't go past -6 dB, right? I mean, ideally it shouldn't go past, I don't know, -10. I usually keep it around -12 to -6. And so Ozone's off right now, so you can see where it is without that on. So it's a pretty good level, you know, at its loudest, it's not going past -6, which is good. That's a good, healthy level. But what the maximizer is going to do, it's like a brick wall limiter, basically. It's going to keep it from ever clipping, at least, you know, digitally. It's not going to go past, it's not going to hit and go beyond 0, right, which we never want. But other than that, it's going to bring the volume up to make it like loud enough to be considered like commercial loudness with the LUFS. And remember, we already set it to -14, so just to make sure, we can use something like this. And you just have to go from like the beginning, I mean all the way to the beginning of the song, and it'll take, I'd reset that, it'll take the average. I did skip the intro, but you know, so basically, you let that play the whole song. You should hit -14. Ozone's pretty good about that. Don't get thrown by this, where if you click this, it'll recalculate it and it says -8.5. For some reason, when you load this, this is just automatically there. That doesn't mean that's where you set it. We did, remember, set it to -14. That used to confuse me, but I have tested it and it does do what it says it will. So, you know, right, there's different maximizer settings for different things, okay? And that's about it. One really important thing though that I'd recommend is, you know, go through and spend some time kind of customizing this chain. And one thing I'd really recommend is somewhere around here after your EQ, you know, go through, adjust this, use your ear. You can turn on this delta feature to see exactly what it's changing, but probably the most important of these modules is one of the most important, and it's a new one that we've talked about in this video earlier on, the bass control, right? This is going to check just your low end. I'm talking probably like below 120 hertz, which was kind of where we set our sub bass frequency. And if you've done everything right, this should set somewhere between these two lines, right? Punch, I wouldn't worry too much about. I don't know why this is doing that. I tell you what, I'm gonna delete this. So bass is at a pretty healthy level. This wasn't the master I used, but what you want to do is, you know, if you throw the bass control in here, turn everything off, and then once you finish setting that up, right, just look up how to use it, right? You've got your punch to add in some more punch. You basically, for this, want to kind of bring this down to somewhere around here and turn this up just so it kind of starts dipping up a little. This is basically like an upward compressor. Peak control is going to be more like a limiter, I think. And this is just going to squash down those peaks. You see it. You don't want too much. You can use dirty or clean. You can use dirty or clean there. It kind of affects the character and tone, just blend taste. And this will just help keep the bass kind of more consistent and even. After you get that where you want it, you can always look up YouTube videos on how to use that a little more. But impact, you know, go through and just use your ears. You know, you can solo the bands. Right, and just kind of hear what each one's doing. Like I can hear it then blossoming out and then getting really narrow and coming down here. So just play around with those, but go through one by one and adjust them. You can't just like throw the bass control in there and then everything will be fine. It's going to change a lot of what comes after it. And you're going to need to go through most of the time and do some small changes, maybe some big changes. Just play around. You can adjust these where you need to. Again, the AI is meant to be a starting point. Oftentimes, it's pretty much good enough to be an endpoint if your mix is already pretty good and you set it to transparent or better yet subtle. But just be careful. I already have kind of the preset I was using saved, if it'll load it. Or not. Man, this thing is acting up tonight. God damn it. Okay, we're back. I just closed it, reopened it, and I had to delete. I think it was all this extra stuff on the master bus that was throwing it all off. So let's see. Don't blow up, don't blow up, don't blow up. Okay, yeah, it's just too much. So, you know, at this point, when you're doing your mastering and everything, just to wrap it up, you can use a plugin like that AB metric or metric AB by ADPTR. That one's awesome. Just, you know, use your reference mix, like throw it underneath it and just go back and forth between your reference mixes and check your volume, check all that stuff. After you're finished with Ozone, you know, you might want to check the LUFS, just listen to the whole song and look at the integrated one, which is, you can use this, LCast. There's a lot of other tools. You don't need to use meter plugs, but they make pretty cool stuff. Even though the some of the interfaces look like they were made in like 95. It's like, oh shit, I don't know, Windows 95. God, I'm tired. Yeah, but they're really good plugins. They're definitely solid. What you want to do is just play it start to finish. Look at the integrated LUFS meter. Should come out to about negative 14-ish. But what's really going to matter is you know, find something like this again. Damn it. Loudness penalty. Yeah. So while you're playing it, you know. Does not play well with this one. you're aiming for somewhere in the ballpark of +1 or -1. Just make sure you play the whole song. That'll tell you how much they're going to boost it or bring it down. All the platforms are kind of different. If you're doing CD or vinyl, it gets a little different sometimes, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there, and so shall you. Last quick thing here before I say goodbye for now. I did want to note that this was how I mixed this and mastered it, right? You'll get a lot of advice from a lot of different people, a lot well-meaning but wrong, and a lot that's very, very much right. But in terms of mixing, especially with something that gets this complex, it can get really subjective. There are definitely wrong things to do a lot of the time, but this is just my approach, right? These are things I've distilled down from people I've learned from and sources I've learned from for probably about 20 years. And this is kind of the mixing voice I fell into and the approach I take to achieve what I'm looking for. I'm not saying it's the best. I'm not even saying a lot of this is necessarily right, but it's how I learned, how I was taught, and one way to do things. So hopefully there will be some things that people can take away. And as I've noted, just take everything with a grain of salt, right? Use your discretion, kind of like Bruce Lee approach, right? Bruce Lee's approach, take what works, leave what doesn't. If it doesn't suit your needs and you don't think it's a good idea or good advice, don't worry about it. But hopefully you'll find things in here that you can take with you and that will prove useful in creating music to take over the world. That's about it, guys. Yeah, so that's kind of how I did this in a nutshell. This video went on a long time and there's so much more to talk about and so much more to say, but hopefully that helped someone, and for anyone else, you know, hopefully there was some insight here, either with respect to mysticism or the occult or some of my background or philosophy or music. You know, there's always something to re-enchant in the ordinary to make extraordinary, right? So bye for now, and thanks for stopping by.